Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. We're here at day 2 of Umagine TN 2024. As we get started, may I please request all our students, our delegates to please join us within the hall and please do take a seat. Before we begin our on-stage proceedings, I'd also like to take a minute to remind everybody to switch your phones to silent mode. We've got an interesting day packed with interesting conversations and exciting, thought-provoking food for thought. To make the most of it, if I may take the opportunity to request everybody in the hall to please switch your phones to silent mode. I'd also like to invite all the students to please do step forward. We've got a couple of empty rows in front. So for everybody who's joining us, please join us in front. And for everybody who's seated at the back, please do join us up front as well. Today is going to be an interesting day. As promised, back-to-back panel discussions. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Q&A as well. And for us to kind of gather the information to the best of our abilities, I'd like to invite everybody to please do join us up front. We've got, I think, a couple of rows empty this side as well. This is the second edition of Umagine TN. Of course, this is a very special focus on technological advancement, on innovation, entrepreneurship, and skill. And this annual summit has made its name for itself in that niche. And of course, we're truly happy to see almost a packed house. But before we do, in fact, begin, I'd like to invite all our students to join us up front. For everybody who's just walking in, good morning and welcome. We're just about to embark on an interesting journey. Before we do begin, if I may request everybody to please take their seat up front. Also, for everyone who's just joined us, if I may request you to switch your phones to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is day 2 here at Umagine TN 2024. And truly, we're excited to have a packed house as we begin this day full of interesting conversations. Our first session here features a distinguished panel of speakers who will share their insights and their expertise on the most pressing issues that concern our technological landscape. So from discussing emerging trends to exploring innovative solutions, day 2 here promises to be a forum of robust dialogue and invaluable knowledge exchange. So it's truly a pleasure to have you here with us. Now, as we begin, let me tell you that our panel discussion that kind of sets the tone for the rest of the day. This showcases the horizon of technological evolution with our exploration of future trends in the SaaS market. Of course, we're going to have a look into the dynamic landscape where hybrid and multi-cloud solutions redefine scalability and flexibility, where low and no-code platforms democratize software development, and the advent of edge computing reshapes that actually the boundaries of connectivity and efficiency as we know it. As we begin, it is my pleasure to invite our speakers to join us onto the stage with a loud round of applause from everybody in the audience, starting off with Mr. Dinesh Varadarajan, the Chief Product Officer at KissFlow, who is a dynamic leader, ladies and gentlemen, shaping the platform's innovative features. His strategic vision and product expertise contribute to KissFlow's success in providing cutting-edge solutions for business process automation. Good morning, sir, and welcome. It's also my privilege to invite onto the stage Mr. Madhu Kumar, founder and CEO, Amadis Technologies, a tech entrepreneur who drives innovation. His leadership propels Amadis Technologies to deliver impactful solutions, reflecting a commitment to technological advancement and client success. It's also my privilege to invite onto the stage to join us our next speaker this session, Mr. Sriram Nagaswamy, who is the Vice President of Engineering at Four Kites Incorporated. Of course, a technology expert leading engineering initiatives whose strategic guidance ensures that Four Kites remains at the forefront of supply chain visibility, providing innovative solutions for logistics and transportation. It's also my privilege to invite onto the stage our next speaker, Ms. Indu Lakshmi, from the Salesforce Practice Head, Tech Mahindra, who is a distinguished person fostering collaboration within the tech community. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hand the floor over to our speakers to begin our conversation. A very interesting session lies ahead. Good morning.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the warm welcome. And hello, everyone. So this being the first session in Saturday, and it looks really exciting to have this kind of a crowd. Thank you all for your time here. So before we begin, I want to ask all of you that how many of you are familiar with SaaS? 1, 2, 3, 4, very few hands. Okay, SaaS is software as a service, as we call it. So software as a service is kind of disrupted the market of software development, I would say. So we needed a database server, we need an application server, and this big server rooms where somebody did a software development, hosted their application. That age it's gone now. And everybody is actually walking into the SaaS market. And the best part of SaaS market is you don't have to learn a lot of coding, you don't have to debug the code and all. It is a low-code, no-code platform. Are you familiar with the low-code and no-code platform terminology? Okay, a lot of nodding I hear. Okay, now we'll start from here. So many of you are here from the students, and all of you would have worried about, do I have to learn Java? Do I have to learn Python? How do I place myself in the IT industry, like that, right? So this is getting much and much easier for you. So a lot of SaaS products are there in the market. Like to start with Salesforce as an example. You can actually get into YouTube, you can get into the Trailhead, learn about the platform in like 30 minutes. That's as fast as. So I have few interns in my team coming from the college like you all, second years. So they did it in just one day. And then they were able to create the software using the SaaS platform in the next day itself. So it is as easy as it gets, right? So these three, they have founded their products, their company based on the SaaS product. So I'm going to keep using SaaS in my conversation. So SaaS is software as a service. Can I hear all of you saying that, please? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So, yeah, so let's get started with the discussions. And I would like to start with Dinesh. So, Dinesh, your company, it's KissFlow, by the way, KissFlow. So, KissFlow has actually created a paradigm of an offering using the SaaS, right? So, how do you see that working out for you? Why did you choose SaaS? And how do you earn money using SaaS, I would say, the revenue part of it? When do you start coming it from your company?
Sure. Before that, I probably want to understand the language preference, being students. எவ்வளோ பேர் தமிழில் பேசலாம்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? Raise your hands, please.
That's good.
Okay. English? So
we'll go with the mix of
probably
English.
We'll go with the mix of these two languages. Okay. So we started way back in 2004, right? If you think about any business, for example, you are starting a supermarket, right? என்ன வேணும்னா ஒரு பெரிய பில்டிங் வேணும் மார்க்கெட் வைக்கிறதுக்கு, அதில் வைக்கிறதுக்கு நிறைய பொருள் வேணும். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் சிக்னிஃபிகண்ட் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட். யூ நீட் டு இன்வெஸ்ட் அட்லீஸ்ட் 10-20 lakh of rupees, right? அண்ட் யூ நீட் பீப்புள் ஹூ ஒர்க் இன் த சூப்பர் மார்க்கெட். நிறைய பேர் வேலை பண்ணணும், யாரோ கஸ்டமர்ஸ் வந்தாங்கன்னா பண்ணணும். இன்னொரு சூப்பர் மார்க்கெட் ஓப்பன் பண்ணணும்னா again the same set of investments you need to repeat. That's the typically the enterprise works. When we started KissFlow, there are like only 5 or 6 engineers who are part of the initial team, right? And we never had any investment. So how do we run the company, right? So I need to, instead of buying everything on my own, நான் என்ன பண்ண ஒரு cloud provider, கூகுள் இருக்காங்க, மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் இருக்காங்கன்னா, அவங்க கிட்ட like EB, electricity bill மாதிரி, instead of creating our own power plant, I am renting software from Google, from Microsoft. ஸோ ரெண்டில் என்ன அட்வான்டேஜ்னா, நான் இன்னைக்கு வந்து 10 பேர் கஸ்டமர் இருக்காங்கன்னா 10 பேருக்கு ரெண்ட் எடுத்தால் போதும் இல்லையா? 10 பேர் நாளைக்கு 20 பேர் எடுத்தாங்கன்னா இப்போ எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ரெண்ட் ஃபார் த டு த கிளவுட் ப்ரொவைடர், ரைட்? ஸோ when I get money, I pay more money and get more customers. That's how we grew, at least for the first 10 years. We never had a sales team. We're all engineers like you, right? We never had a marketing team. Of course, someone need to play that role. So we figured out like the Suresh, who the CEO, will play the role of marketing and sales. And my team actually built the product, right? யாரோ ஒருத்தர் அதை கற்றுட்டு அதை பண்ணணும். Slowly we grow from 5 to 10 to 15 to 420 right now.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
So that's the growth that you see with SaaS. Again, we are bootstrapped in the sense, நாங்கள் ஃபண்டிங் வாங்கல இங்கே வெளியே. நாங்கள் என்ன சம்பாதிக்கிறோமோ அதை வச்சு we are growing the company, and that is possible only with SaaS, because you are earning money and with that you spend more for marketing, you earn more customers, with additional customers you earn more money, right? That is not otherwise possible with a traditional capex heavy model. In the sense, you build a lot of investments and build that. That's what I will probably say as the success of SaaS for Kissflow.
Yes, thank you, Dinesh. So to put it very simply, right, all of us use app. We download many apps in the mobile and all. So somebody has to develop that app and then host it somewhere. So it is like number of users getting downloaded with your app. The license, you can grow as you grow with your number of users. It is as simple as that. It is pay per the use model. So therefore, all the investments or money you have to put in the infrastructure, it is completely gone now. And when you start your company with a SaaS product, you can easily see the revenue in a shorter timeline than you do it in a hard-coded infra products or a physical product. So that is as easy as SaaS. So this SaaS is disrupted, and then a lot of companies, many of us know about Zoho here, many of us know about Freshworks and all. They have disrupted. They were able to work from anywhere in the world because of the net connectivity, because of this software development has been made easy through the cloud offerings. So we have Sriram as Four Kites, product engineering, VP of product engineering. So I would like to ask Sriram this question. So Sriram, how do you see the talent pool of Tamil Nadu is prepared for handling this SaaS development? How do you apply it for your company? Could you please say?
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, like what Dinesh said, right? I think we also started about 8-9 years ago. And, you know, when I joined Four Kites, I think I was the 9th in the engineering team. And, you know, we had that mandate to grow. I mean, business was growing, and then we had that mandate to grow. And so what was very, very conducive specifically, and a huge advantage to us because we started in Chennai, was that the talent pool available just close by, right, is amazing. It's not just the tier 1 colleges, the IITs and the NITs or what have you, right? It is also the tier 2 and the tier 3s, the quality of engineers they produce. I mean, they're literally diamonds in the rough. So you will have to invest in training them, which, you know, companies like Zoho did it very, very publicly, right? With the Zoho University and all of that. Yeah. I think a lot of companies, I think Dinesh was also mentioning, Kissflow also does it. Every SaaS company that's based out of Chennai, I can tell you, has some program like this where, you know, they try to polish these students to get them to be industry ready. But the initial talent that we have to play with, right? It is amazing, and I would say this is throughout Tamil Nadu, right? Not just Chennai. In fact, in 2018, I remember that's when we started going to campuses and recruiting interns and so on and so forth, right? If we go to a place like Coimbatore, you have solid about 5 or 6 engineering colleges just stone's throw from each other.
Yeah.
Like the
True.
GCTs, the PSGs, the Sri Krishnas. Sri Krishnas are all hidden gems, right? Where you get very, very high quality engineers that literally no one had heard of at that time.
True. Okay.
And to go to just one city and be able to recruit your entire intern list, right? That was amazing. We did that in North India also. In fact, I think with Chandigarh University, we tried to do Lovely Professional University and then Dehradun and NIT Srinagar and all of that. But the deal is they're all placed, 300, 400 kilometers apart. Nothing is close by. So just the logistics of bringing the students into one place, because we can't keep going, just
That is
traveling
true.
200,
Yeah,
300
yeah.
kilometers. So just that logistics is a nightmare, right? And so even if you go to, like a Sri Krishna College of Engineering, or I don't know how many of you, come from some of the colleges in Tamil Nadu, just a show of hands, right? Like how many of you are studying engineering in a college here in Tamil Nadu?
How many of you studying in Chennai? Okay, that's a big
Okay.
crowd.
So
How
this-
many of you are from Coimbatore? That's one or few. Okay, good.
Cool. So as you can see, right, throughout Tamil Nadu, there is, Chennai, obviously, you don't even have to, this thing, right, from, SRM to SSN to, you can just keep naming the number of colleges that are there. And the talent available that you have to play with is absolutely amazing. And, and the knowledge, right, just the basic knowledge of algorithms or coding, it's extremely high throughout this
Okay.
thing. And that ecosystem, like I said, it
It's
just
well
works.
connected.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Shiv. So, Tamil Nadu government has actually allotted 1,100 crore budget in this budget to develop this IT ecosystem in Coimbatore. So, a lot of tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities are upcoming in this competition. And some of us are grounded, right? We want to stay with the native, we want to be with the people from the south side and all. So, this is like a boon. And SaaS is the one that has enabled it, I would say, from the software development point of view. Like, for example, Madhu here, he's a CEO and founder of an Amadis Technologies. So Madhu's operation and product development is placed out of, can anyone guess here? Anyone guess here? Anybody know? I'll give you 3 options, okay? Chennai, Tiruchi, Kanyakumari. How many of you say Kanyakumari? Very few. But actually it is in Kanyakumari. So yeah, I would like to understand from Madhu that, why would you choose Kanyakumari as your base? And how do you see the product development is rapidly happening? How are you connecting between US, your customers in US, and your product engineering operations in Kanyakumari?
Vanakkam Chennai, but thanks to 3 of you who said Kanyakumari, okay? Actually, the question has 2 parts. When I wanted to do software as a service in my entrepreneurship, why did I choose Kanyakumari? I'll answer that with 2, 3 reasons. I started this firm 4 years back, pre-pandemic in US. Our problem we are solving is for enterprises on a cost issue, okay? That being a little larger problem you're solving for large enterprises, your lifetime of product development will go anywhere between 3 to 5 years or 7 years. That's the industry norm. That's how the industry works. So that's overall with the metric of last 5 to 20 years, you look at products developed in US or Europe or Asia. So 2019, when I wanted to start this firm, I did some research in countries like Guatemala, South America. And I was aware about India because I worked in the service industry for 20, 25 odd years. I had my initial career in nuclear research. So I knew the segment in Bombay, Delhi, and Tamil Nadu as well. And I come from the district of Kanyakumari. So that makes me emotionally more attached to my district to do something which generally companies do from hubs, product development hubs. In India, you all know, Chennai is the SaaS capital of India. That's the way the market behaves. Within the Indian cities, Chennai is adored as the SaaS capital of Indian market. Okay. And within Chennai, the only research park in IIT all over India, உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும், IIT Madras Research Park. There are around 200, 300 companies there. I am also part of the ecosystem, where we do little bit of product development, prediction algorithms in research park. But I was thinking about how do we do this, because engineering colleges create great talents. And one metric I want to tell you in Tamil Nadu as a factor is, if there are 6 to 7 lakhs engineers in Tamil Nadu on an average per year, 30% come from 3 districts in Tamil Nadu. Can any of you guess that 3 districts? 35% of engineering talent in Tamil Nadu comes from 3 districts. Kanyakumari, Thuthukudi, Tirunelveli.
Okay. The south
And I'm
zone.
part of it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Chennai, actually Chennai, Bangalore, or including little bit Bombay and Delhi, got benefited by engineering talents shifted out of these 3 districts. You know, they went to Bangalore, they went to Chennai, Hyderabad a bit, maybe Bombay. I went to Bombay from those things. So that metric actually was a real metric, and which I thought, why don't I create a center in Kanyakumari itself?
Right.
The one reason I solidified Kanyakumari was because the way Soho ran their product
From
development.
Tenkasi. Yeah.
He's a phenomenal veteran, great personality. 25 years back when this was not known, he put all his earnings in his own district. You know. So while I'm not imitating it, because Kanyakumari today has extraordinary talent pool. So I'm leveraging the talent rather than investing and creating.
That's nice to hear.
That's one. And your second part of question is, in product development in SaaS, when you do like Kanyakumari and all, what should we take care?
Yeah.
What should we take care, right?
Yeah.
I think the white space in product development, you saw Dinesh talking about, you saw, Sriram talked about, the talent of product development, especially in Chennai, is extremely high because, I see a lot of students from Chennai Institute of Technology here.
Yes.
I think CIT is the big, how many are from CIT?
I think
there
all
you
the
go.
blue t-shirts.
I think they will
yeah.
do an OPOD for CIT itself. So, or SRM, I know a lot of colleges here, they kind of in their course curriculum, teach service industry versus product development. A little bit of, documenting, writing, you may do more projects in your 4th year, I think,
I think they're starting it from the second year.
Second
right?
year, you do industry collaborations, because there are a lot of industries in Chennai. So this is a big benefit for many of you engineers who study from Chennai and Coimbatore, because you have direct relationships with companies, go work with them, or like Kisflow does, or they do. This was a little bit lacking in our district. There were industries, but they have to come all the way to Chennai or Coimbatore. So the industry interactions was a small miss now.
Bed gap. Okay.
That made me to think, if companies like us come in, we started it 2 years back. We are a small critical team of 50 engineers now. Hopefully after 10 years when such session happen, people like Indu will say, Salesforce, all the names she used, Soho, she will use the name of Cloud Caddy, I mean, it's true, someday.
No, we will get there, definitely. Once.
So that's the reason I went with Kanyakumari.
That's good.
I think
That's
the talent is there, power is there, colleges are there, industry interactions.
That is so true. Actually, parents in Tamil Nadu are like, Mom, I want to become a chef. Okay, finish your engineering first and then do whatever you want to do. So engineering is like a must-to-have degree. But if you think about it, right, at some point of time, all of us, when we finish the college, we think of, where should I go and get my job done? How do I want to start? Do I have the appetite and passion to start a company on my own? What do I have to do here and all? So that barriers are getting completely broken now because of the SaaS product development, I would say. So one, from running the company, developing a product from the founder point of view, 2, from those who wants to actually get a job and do it from anywhere, be grounded in your places and then keep continuing and contributing, right? So from those 2 point of view, this is like an absolute boon. So I work for Tech Mahindra, And TechM is already investing and has opened tier 2 cities offices already. So we are actually diluting from Chennai, Bangalore, metro cities like that, and then we are moving into Coimbatore, Secunderabad, Nagpur, Noida. So all of the tier 2 cities. And this expansion is bound to grow. Okay, so anybody will actually work from anywhere. In fact, during pandemic, software is the only industry which had like complete working actually done. So we kept delivering products, we kept delivering projects to the customers we have committed as we promised, and then it went on and on. Every other industry was physically disrupted because of the pandemic lockdown. So this is actually getting more and more interesting, and the topic would not be complete if I don't touch upon the Gen AI, right? So everybody is talking about generative AI here. And I believe the colleges and universities are already adding courses in your curriculum to touch about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and there is obviously this generative AI part that is coming in, right? So I want to actually pose a question to the audience here. So how many of you are afraid of generative AI? Nobody. Okay, everybody want to explore it. How many of you think that the jobs will be lost when AI comes in? Okay, there's a bit of a crowd over there. So we want to actually address that, okay? So the AI or Gen AI is not going to take away any of the jobs. So AI is going to help us to make the simpler decisions automatically so that you can focus on more important things. And somebody is there actually to create that AI. So who's that somebody is what some of us who gets upskilled and then move on with the Gen AI. So you cannot avoid Gen AI, get familiar with that and be the father or mother of creating the Gen AI product, right? So AI is like a child, it's like a baby. You have to tell that baby what it has to do. And how you tell it, you give it with a lot of data. AI will learn from the data and then it will start making the decisions based on the data. So just like a Tamil child grow up as a Tamil child, a Hindi child will grow up as a Hindi child, the AI will mature based on the data you actually give it to the AI. So there has to be a need of understanding whether we are giving unbiased data to the AI. How are we training the artificial intelligence models to that, right? And interestingly, the SaaS and AI is a wonderful combination which is got this arsenal to completely light it up. So I would like to ask Sriram to talk about it, like in his 4 kites, for example. What are the generative AI use cases you have developed, and then you're giving it to your customer needs? What is the market that is actually demanding it for? So.
Sure, yeah. I mean, before I get started, I just want to make sure, is everyone here familiar with what generative AI is? Like anyone not familiar with that? Show of hands.
No, we are not going to ask questions, don't worry.
Okay, one person not familiar with generative AI? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, cool. So for the benefit of the one person who lifted his hand, so generative AI essentially, like what Indu was just saying, right? Previously, what we did with ML and machine learning was essentially that the model was very supervised in learning. Whereas generative AI is like, it is almost unsupervised. What that essentially means is, it can make decisions on its own. So we can truly go towards artificial general intelligence, right? Like what you see in the movies and stuff like that. This is the first step towards that.
I think people have seen the iRobo and all, and Endiran too, and then you're thinking and hating Gen AI or AI part of it. It is not that, okay? We have to get away from that. Villainizing AI, ML, and then AI, yeah.
Cool. So the generative AI revolution that is happening, and I mean, we're all lucky to be a part of this, right? Living through these times when such a huge upheaval is happening. I think this is definitely going to change the way each and every one of us live, right? Exactly like the internet revolution or the industrial revolution, even before that, right? The digital revolution and so on and so forth. I think this is going to cause a complete paradigm shift in the way we have been operating as a species so far, right? But are we there yet? We are probably not there yet. The starting steps is eliminating manual work. So what is the manual work today if you look at an organization like ours, right? Or any SaaS organization? Like the very first thing from an engineering perspective is the quality analysis that we do, the quality assurance, the checks that we do. It's basically generating test cases to see, is your product working the way it is supposed to? So those checks, we are very, very clearly seeing is completely eliminated now. Similarly, you look at the release process, right? Where the code is ready now. Previously, you needed someone to judge whether this can be released to production, this can be released to another environment where customers can look at it so that once they give the green flag, it can go to production. All of those have completely been automated. You don't have a single person handling any of those anymore, right? So that entire pipeline, which used to take like hours and hours of a single engineer working on it, now completely gone, where that engineer can now focus on value-based work.
True.
How can they create value for customers across the board? So this is going to be the first step that we are going to see, where, in fact, you guys can start doing it, right? I'm pretty sure since most of you already know what this is, whether it's Google Gemini or ChatGPT or what have you, you can absolutely go, just think about it, just one task of yours that you do on a daily basis. Can you go use a Google Gemini or a ChatGPT to ask, how can this be automated? I'm pretty sure you can actually do it, right? So that is the first step that every company is looking at. How can we eliminate these manual work and start generating value? The next step will be the interoperability. Right. How can we interoperate between engineering and product, engineering and marketing, or product and marketing? How do we automate those? Because again, that is where the fault lines are, right? Whenever there are different groups, just the interactions between the different groups cause these fault lines. And eliminating those fault lines will be the next step. And, obviously the ultimate one where, what Gartner calls it the transformational change, right? Will essentially happen when, obviously, like what we know today as an engineering job, which is, development, testing, release, and all of that, in one single flow, if that can be automated, from the requirements to the actual production release. That will be the ultimate prize that companies will aim for. But I think we are probably
exploring that
away from that.
Thank you, Sriram. So all of us would have tried at least one question with ChatGPT, right? Anybody here who has not tried it? I know you would have asked ChatGPT, can I do my physics assignment here, math assignment? What is the answer? So I think universities are trying to, stop that so that the creativity of the students will come in. But it is beyond that, okay? So Salesforce is, for example, you don't have to code. It is already a low-code platform, but you don't even have to do that low-code. You can just ask the AI. It is called as Einstein AI. It's a very interesting name. So you just have to say, I have to create a web form, help me create it. It will give you the code. Just like that, it will give you the code. All you have to do is embed that code, apply it, and then see if it is coming live in your application. So it is becoming as fast as it is. So then what do the engineers do? If I'm not coding, what I'm going to do? You have to see how to apply that code. What does the customer need, right? And how do you apply the code for the customer needs? Say, for example, that is the white space, and that will never be filled up by any AI. That is where the human connectivity is going to be there. It's going to be monitoring the growth of this AI. So, Dinesh, can I please ask you, how do you see that empathy AI and the human aspect of it is really important in the era of Gen AI, large language models? How do you see that upcoming?
Probably I want to start with what Sriram said and then continue. Probably a slight threat as well to an extent. Why do we need programmers? Software programmers எதுக்கு தேவைப்படுது?
How many of you want to become programmers or want to carry the, software industry career?
Software engineers.
Software engineers. Okay.
If you look at it, computers have languages and we speak languages as well. English, Tamil nu பேசுறோம் இல்லைங்களா? And someone want to solve their problem. Business wants to solve the problem, but அவங்கனால computer language பேச முடியாது because they speak English and Tamil, right? Computers speak a different language that's called Java, Python, or whatever language that we have. So we need a translator, right? The translator who understands the business என்ன வேணும்னு சொல்றாங்களோ அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு கம்ப்யூட்டர் லாங்குவேஜுக்கு டிரான்ஸ்லேட் இங்கிலீஷ்ல இருந்து தமிழ் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ற மாதிரி கம்ப்யூட்டர் லாங்குவேஜுக்கு டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ற ஜாப் தான் ப்ரோக்ராமிங் ஜாப். தட்ஸ் அ சாஃப்ட்வேர் இன்ஜினியர்ஸ் டூ. அண்ட் தட்ஸ் வாட் GenAI இஸ் கில்லிங். GenAI removes the need for translation. GenAI என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா, உனக்கு ஒரு தேவை இருக்கா, உனக்கு இங்கிலீஷ் தெரியுமா தமிழ் தெரியுமா, அதே லாங்குவேஜில் கம்ப்யூட்டர் கூட பேசு, கம்ப்யூட்டர் உனக்கு அந்த வேலையை பண்ணி கொடுன்னு சொல்லுது. Right? That's the threat software engineers have. Just to give a statistics, one of the biggest, Spotify எவ்வளவு பேருக்கு தெரியும் பாட்டு கேட்கறது?
Everybody.
Many of you, right?
Everybody.
In the code, Spotify engineers develop பண்ற கோட்ல 70 to 80% of the code is generated by GenAI. அப்படின்னா அந்த 70-80% கோட் எழுதுன்னு அவங்க என்ன பண்றாங்க அப்படிங்கறத கேள்வி. அதான் அவங்களும் பேசினாங்க இல்லையா? So this is the Thanos moment. Avengers பார்த்திருப்பீங்க இல்லையா? Avengersல Thanos.
Avengers fans,
right? You have Thanos, right? If flick ஒரு சின்ன flipல the 50% is gone. And this is Thanos moment for software engineering. So there are like only two options. First option, you are among the 50% that are saved. அப்படின்னா use generative AI to do whatever that is needed, right? You use generative AI and survive, and you don't use generative AI and perish. That's the option we have. This is, எங்களோட ஜெனரேஷனில் வந்து இன்டர்நெட் அப்படின்னு ஒன்று வந்துச்சு இல்லையா? That's the biggest transformation that we saw. And your generation is the generation of generative AI. So this is a great leveler. மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் கூகுள் பண்ணுற வேலையை உங்கள் ஒருத்தர்னால ஜெனரேட்டிவ் AI வச்சு பண்ண முடியும். You don't need like so many developers. And that's what we do at Kistflow as well. Being a no-code platform, we said, okay, you don't need a programmer, right? If you're a business user, use Kistflow, generate application and use it, right? And as I said, there is a human aspect to it as well.
That is needed.
So either don't be afraid of GenAI, try to see how we can use generative AI and become super successful, right? This is an opportunity as well.
So like we can't avoid it. It is there. But whether you tame it, use it to your need, it's up to us. So the more familiar we get to it, the better it becomes for us, right? So I would like to ask Madhu, and with that, we come to the end of the session. So Madhu, my question to you is, so how do you bridge this, customers in the Western side of it, US side of it, and Google, big companies like Google, Microsoft, they have launched their own large language models. And how is the open product development using any SaaS is able to utilize it to the best of it?
I think I'll leverage on the earlier answers. Question is, when a large language model, which is the OpenAI concept, how do you use it for product development in the future? Sriram talked about testing, quality assurance, you can use it. And I saw Dinesh talking about doing coding. Without coding, you use GenAI to generate your own code and come to that. I'll touch upon the third element, and with a warning, I'll finish my talk, okay? See, the third element of software development, you have requirements, you have, let's say, requirements from global markets and all. So content writing, not for marketing purposes, but writing for functional specifications of the product.
Sure.
Then requirements design. You would have heard in colleges you do think session, design thinking sessions. Some of your professors would have told you, hey, you're solving a problem. Did you do a design thinking session? But all these sessions need content at the end of it. What did you do? How did you do? Either you do it by writing it, or you record it, or you replay what you talked. So that generating that content of discussions, core points, If you use Gen AI text, like Copilot, I don't know how many of you heard the word, Microsoft brought this word, then everyone is bringing different terminologies and everything. So these are all agents for you when you do a work. It documents, structures the documents, tells you where to find what you discussed. So these areas used to take hours earlier, and more or less, most engineering students, including myself 30 years back, I can do the code, but I'll never document. I don't want to use the word never document.
Everybody hates
Yeah,
writing
when I
documents. Yeah.
document, it's the most, what I call painful exercise. We say, hey, you coded it. Where is the specifications? "Oh, I'm doing it." So that particular rigorous, what I call a disciplined act of documenting things will become easier in the future if you use Gen AI for
Right.
software development.
So-
It helps, it helps. But the word of caution for all of you engineers in college here, if you are in third year, fourth year, or second year, whether you're in mechanical engineering, civil, electronics, or computer science, this world of Gen AI will say that everything is automated, it's easy, plug and play, your code is developed. But let me tell you one thing. Fundamental engineering knowledge is key for you to understand if a Gen AI product gives you a code, is it good? Is it right? Another Gen AI model will test it and say, oh, it's wrong. So you may end up doing a lot of plug and play code. At the end of after 1-2 months, you may say that, oh my God, I didn't do anything well. So when you're in college, while industry folks, Google, Microsoft, big companies come up with all these, I call it computer-aided software engineering. The software engineering is aided by computers. One way is generating text, one way is artificial intelligence, one way is large language models. But whenever you do studies, I see 90% of students,
Yeah.
I don't want you to walk out with the feeling that understanding fundamental engineering can be downsourced. No. That you have to learn during the college. Take extreme help on understanding, programming or methodologies. What is machine learning? Be curious, question the professors. Because when you come into the world, companies are going to give you tools to make your life easier. Potentially it will make it easier. But the most difficult question you will always have when you work is, these tools are enabling me. Is it enabling me right? Or is it making me loop around? You may write a code, we call it inefficient engineering. So efficiency engineering versus these Gen AI models have a big debate. I don't want to discredit all the things what is being said, but in college, till you get out, learn Gen AI, please do, get, attracted to all these new things, but fundamental engineering, don't compromise, okay? Do well, thank you.
Thank you, Madhu. Thank you, gentlemen. I would just like to end with one note here, okay? So Madhu is of the opinion, do the hard work, do it the right way. Some of us, like even I do disagree. I take the smart way out. But the thing is, let's take an example. So there is a machine making a decision on your job, shortlisting your profiles for a job, okay? And somebody has a job of a 2 years gap in his profile. You passed out of the college, 2 years out of some reason, you couldn't find a job, and then 2 years later, you apply for the job. If the machine learning model, the AI is going to reject your candidate just because of that 2 years gap, how do you feel about it? And at the same time, there is a person who's literally loitering and then lazy, and then for some reason he's incapable of finding a job, is also having a 2 years gap in his or her CV. So how is the AI model going to differentiate between a genuine person and a person who is not skilled for that job? That you have to tell the model. So that is where the human need is there. You need to train the model. And Gen AI and SaaS has opened up the platform like anything. You can even start practicing it at your own. You don't have to actually join a company. Somebody has to tell you and teach you there. You can start practicing it at your own. So that is the success of software as a service. And that's where we stand now. And I thank you all for your presence here. And any questions from the forum will be happy to take. Otherwise, we are good to end the session.
If you have any questions, please do raise your hand. We'd like to pass the mic on.
One gentleman.
May I please request everybody with a question to introduce yourself and then ask the question?
Very good morning. This is Murali Krishnan Chinnadurai.
Hello, Murli.
Yeah. Actually, you were telling about Chennai. Chennai is the very last and vast thing. It is happening. So it is in the budding phase as well. But pushing towards Chennai, which might as Madhu said, cognitive skills of the engineers and the cognitive skills of the persons may be deteriorated. We have witnessed when pandemic comes, the cognitive skills of the students being decreased. As well, for assistance, if you are using the GenAI for assistance, it's good. But if it is taking like Sriram and Dinesh said, then it is again questionable, right? And ethical
Right.
value of the AI, it should be trained, right?
It should be. You're totally right. I'll just ask you a simple question. So, how did you reach the center, if I ask?
By bike.
By bike, okay. So before bike was there, people used to walk. So now we are utilizing the bike, right? So bike has its own demerits, the pollution and all of those things and all. But it helps us to reach faster to where we want to go. That's exactly is generative AI. So I would, Madhu will have his reservations. I don't disagree with that, okay? We have to learn our basics right. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong in utilizing what is available to our expose and then get benefit out of it to the best of it. And that's where the personal ethics actually stands, if you ask, right?
Yeah, one more
One
question.
input.
One more question along with that, because you said that the example, the training, machine
Yeah.
learning is a kind of thing. What we are giving inputs, what we get in, how we get trained. If the train is being biased, like your interview process, it is being biased, then it will be risk, right?
That is where the responsibility of the human lies. Maybe Dinesh, Sriram,
Yeah,
or Madhu can
I
add.
I have one input. I'm not saying that he supported me or anything. I think the fundamental issue of Gen AI, see, it hurts me when I see that these tools like Bard, OpenLLM, Spy, and everything comes out of California. What the hell is that? Why not a great intelligent tool like Gen AI come out of India? You know?
We
Why
have
do we,
one.
Yeah, we somehow, while adopting all these brilliant tools in the market, like my friend said, I don't want us to lose the ability to engineer great products. As simple as that. That's the only reason. You're all students. I'm not talking to the front two rows here. These are all experienced people. They understand the market. For the students, my input is, as long as you're in the college, use the modern tools to benefit, but don't miss out on fundamental engineering. Because I'm telling you, when you come to the use, even Kisflow or anyone, you may use the tool, but they will question you, why do you think the output is correct? There are multiple outcomes can come. So that's where I wanted to say that. In college, please practice engineering, okay?
Yes.
Probably I'll end with one
Yeah.
point. Like, how many of us use Google Maps for directions now?
Everybody.
Pretty much everyone, right? With that, we are losing. We may not even know directions now because we always rely on Google Maps, right? That's the transition here as well. We will solve higher order problems. You need to assume GenAI solves the most common needs that we have. Writing code there's no intelligence in that. We're just translating something. So with GenAI, instead of solving these problems, we need to go and solve higher order problems. That will help us.
I would differ because we are not writing code is not kind of translating the codes into it is kind of applying logics into it. We are applying logics into it. So even if you are getting the chat GPT, we are giving the logics and we are getting the codes for that. That's what it is not simply translating. That's what I want.
So,
Unfortunately,
just one quick
we are
point,
running
right?
out
I
of
mean,
time. If I
similar
may
to
request
this
our
one.
speakers for closing remarks.
Sorry, we have given our LinkedIn profiles to the organizers here. So anytime, any questions, reach out to us. Happy to take it. Actually, we would love to continue this discussion. But yes, thank you all so much for your patience and thank you for the stage, ma'am. And yeah, have a good day, everyone.
Thank you so much. A fantastic start to the day. Before we do, in fact, say goodbye to our speakers, we'd like to say thanks to them. May I call upon Ms. Priya, Joint Director, District Revenue Officer, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to present our speakers with a memento of the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, with this session, we've kind of seen how to navigate the forefront of the world of innovation, how to unlock the new possibilities that lie ahead within the SaaS ecosystem itself. A loud round of applause for our speakers. You've truly lit the lamp of curiosity, I think, in many of our minds. So a lot of conversations being started in this very room right here. So thank you very much to all our speakers for sharing your thoughts and insights. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, we take a visionary exploration of Tamil Nadu's trajectory as the desired destination for tech journey. Of course, through this session, we also have the opportunity to unravel the strategic initiatives, the dynamic ecosystem, and unparalleled potential that position Tamil Nadu as a beacon of innovation and opportunity in the global technology landscape. We have interesting conversations coming up, and with that, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage our speakers this session with a loud round of applause from everybody in the audience, starting off with Mr. Murugavel Janakiraman, founder and CEO of Matrimony.com. Ladies and gentlemen, a pioneering entrepreneur who reshapes the landscape of online matchmaking. His visionary leadership has made Matrimony.com a trusted platform, revolutionizing how people connect for matrimonial alliances with innovative technologies. In this session, we also have with us Mr. Kevin George, the Global Director, Information Services Expeditors, of course, a dynamic leader steering the company's digital strategies. His expertise ensures Expeditors remains at the forefront of global logistics. Of course, if I may please do request our students to please remain seated. Mr. Kevin George, ladies and gentlemen, is adept at leveraging information services for enhanced efficiency and customer satisfaction. And of course, our final speaker this session, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Bhaskar Verma, Regional Head, Tamil Nadu NASSCOM. Of course, he's also known for fostering collaboration and growth within the tech industry, and his regional leadership contributes to the development of Tamil Nadu as a technology hub, driving innovation and industry advancements. I see a lot of us taking leave during the session. If I may please request everybody to join us for this discussion. It's very, very relevant. We're going to be putting our state, Tamil Nadu, in the spotlight and throwing light on how we chart a course to becoming the desired destination for tech journey. I'd like to hand the floor over to our speakers. Good morning, gentlemen.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. If you guys can settle down, it's going to be very interesting, that I can promise you. And it's going to be helpful for all of you. First, it's my privilege to talk to all of you, and I see 90% of the students community here. And that's how I call them young guns of India. You are going to make the changes. I don't know how many of you know about, or maybe we can just take a minute if you guys can settle down.
Yes, sir. If I may request our students' attention, I'm sure we'd love for you to join us within this session. Please do take a seat. And of course, as promised, we have a panel discussion that's going to be extremely relevant. We're going to be talking about the tech journey of our state itself. And for that, if I may request to please do take a seat, and we shall get started. We have our speakers all set, and we'd love for your complete attention through the course of the panel discussion.
Okay. People, those who are going out, you can stand there and I will tell you some hard facts about Tamil Nadu, and maybe that will pull you back to the chairs. I don't know how many of you know, this state is first in Good Governance Index. This is going to help you. Human Capital National Innovation Index, we are first. Women workforce in India, and I can see some smiling faces of women, definitely that will help you. Second in National Innovation Index. Third top achiever state in ease of doing business. Second largest state in economy and unparalleled education system, which you all are part of. With that context, something interesting, out of 500 Fortune companies, 130 are in the state of Tamil Nadu. So this is what we bring onto the table, not only for India, but for globally. With that, my first question to you, Muruga, because you have seen the state growing and from the start, what do you see the legacy, how this started? And because when you have seen around 15, 20 years back, what was the state doing and what good things we have done together and how it progressed?
The first and foremost, we got our success right in terms of IT services, IT talent pool. So I was one of the early batch in my MCA. I was the third batch in 1993. That point of very limited companies were there. I think thanks to the Y2K and .com boom that happened, all those things. And obviously there's a lot of need for the IT talent. So because of the English educations and a lot of colleges were set during, then governments, be it ADMK, DMK government, they set a lot of engineering colleges. In fact, I remember when I was a student, why there's so many engineering colleges set up and all that. There was a need for so many engineering colleges because that point of time, getting into engineering was something like we can't even think of. In fact, I did not even aspire to go for engineering after my plus 2 because I think that was reserved only for very cream of the cream. I did not even aspire, I did not even try because I know I can't get into it. So after my plus 2, I wanted to do some BSc. So then a lot of engineering colleges set up by the government, successive government. So I thought, why do you need so many engineering colleges? We produce a lot of engineers. Thankfully that, all the like Y2K, other thing happened. When the IT boom caught up, we were able to supply the manpower. Today, the Tamil Nadu supplies or producers or create workforce. So that's one of the thing we caught up. And also the manufacturing. Tamil Nadu always been a forefront of the manufacturing, one of the strong belts in the manufacturing. When a company like OEMs want to set up, and whether you have the industry belts were set up, cheaper, with other things. And also again, I had to quote one of the IT minister, central IT minister, during this period, a lot of companies are set up. The combination of multiple factors have helped Tamil Nadu to take the forefront, maybe OEMs, IT services. But one area I believe we should have done a lot more on startup area. Actually, somehow we didn't do so well on that area. Well, we've done many areas, right? But OEMs, IT services, but startup something we could have done a lot more on. Yeah.
No, absolutely, I agree with that. And I think this is one of the tasks we all have to work together towards how we can build a startup ecosystem. And when I say startup ecosystem, it's the way I look at it, it's also the startup mindset. While you are maybe working in a multinational organization, and this is something any of the multinational organizations are doing right now, creating a startup within their organization, because that mindset is very important. With that, Kevin, your thoughts, because this is a very typical state wherein you have textile, you have manufacturing, IT is booming, fantastic state where we are giving more than 20 to 30% IT talent for the world. So your thoughts on this, how you see the legacy is growing?
Sure. எல்லாருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். The first and the foremost thing, what I see is that Tamil Nadu is a fortress for talent. This particular fact, we have not outlaid much in the global scenario, but I think in the recent times, it's becoming a highly evident that Tamil Nadu is the gold mine on talent for say. Muruga talked about it. Specifically, the STEM graduates, the country-wise, if we see, it's around 2.14 million people we have on the STEM graduates, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But specifically, if you take Tamil Nadu brings the 20% of that. Closer to 400,000 graduates are graduating every year. That's a phenomenal number. That's where I call Tamil Nadu is indeed the talent fortress for the global. And second aspect is also, if I talk about from a talent availability, 17% Tamil Nadu contributes from engineering graduates. Predominantly, that helps in applying the jobs and scaling the engineering talent. And recent times, I think with the government policies and the government schemes, and I just want to point out one one initiative, which is very prominent, is a non-Mudalvan program. And there was a report released recently. They have placed close to 1.19 lakhs students. Out of that, close to 60% are engineering graduates and rest of the arts and science. And in a year, and that's happened in this state, it's not an easy, because the talent availability is a key aspect. And we have the talent availability. The next key aspect is about the skilling. And the government is pushing through non-Mudalvan, ICT Academy, massive skilling aspirations are happening, empowering each one of you to get a job in the state, right? And the last thing I want to talk about is about the state's talent prowess in the global is, I put into the three contexts. One is innovation. Second is definitely the engineering mindset. And third is the product development. And if you see the innovation, the state promises to deliver multitude of innovation. A classic example is the person sitting left to me. Who would have thought 24 years back that matrimony, normally that happens in a matchmaking through family circles, and creating a technology platform, a digital platform, connecting the hearts. And that particular product, we didn't celebrate these entrepreneurs, who actually created those digital platforms from here to the world. We talk about a lot of Gen but there are a lot of foundational digital platforms being done from this state. One is definitely murugasmatrimony.com. And there are many examples we can talk about that products have came from Tamil Nadu. And the two biggest thing we have, IIT Research Park. That's again a gold mine of startup, talent ecosystem and innovation, right? And definitely the Anna University. So that's what I call to summit, the talent availability is enabled. The government policies and ecosystem is providing the massive skilling platform like non-Mudalvan ICT Academy. And this innovation, engineering and product development is definitely accelerating and positioning Tamil Nadu is the preferred destination for any tech companies multinationally to set up in Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
Very well said, Kevin. And I'm taking the cue from you, Kevin. You talked about talent, and which is, I think, which is the most important asset for our industry. And before this session, I was talking to Murga, and I can share with all of you, we were discussing about, and in the earlier session, they have talked about AI and Gen AI. And the vision what Murga is coming up with, we have to go a little deeper into it. So, and fundamental is important, Murga, we talked about. So what is the message for you, for these students? What could be the skill sets they can watch on, they should work on, and take it further?
So a couple of things. Today I see, when you say 100 students coming out, which you all know that, only maybe 10-20% of students are very skilled. We can employ them. So the challenge is that when you interview, 100 interview, we can able to recruit only a few people. I have a few suggestions. During my college days itself, because I told you I was one of the MCA 1993, a very early batch. And the we didn't even have professors. But it was our self-interest. We spent a lot of time in the lab, we used to do programming, and we used to go to various colleges and participate, develop our skills. My suggestion is, don't wait for someone to teach you. I'm not sort of 1993, nothing of YouTube. Today, everything's available. Such a connected world. So much of knowledge available. The first and foremost, unga life you take as a responsibility, understand what industry wants. Industry full stack is one of the most sought after. What are the areas? What are the latest technology used by industry? And the knowledge you can definitely, we can self-taught. We can learn to online learn. So much of course available. It's very simple. This is what industry can you get yourself learn or practice on those areas, which is the most, today everything available. All you need is a discipline and self-motivation. If you have the discipline and self-motivation, you can learn technology, what industry wants, and when you come out, There will be so much of demand. Actually, today, in spite of one hand talking about the demand is coming down, but other hand, there are companies need talent. In fact, in a company, all that. In fact, I do a weekly review in one area, might take open positions and see how many positions you have filled in. It's not about talent availability, but you're not getting the right talent, good talents. Can you be the person, spend at least 1 hour learning what the industry wants instead of wasting time? Then you have so much demand. That's one thing. Second thing, I would always say the industry and academia collaboration required, because what being taught and what the industry wants, that is something we have to do in that area, something you need to work on it. Third is about, see, today thanks to technology, with all the streaming, everything, rather than, because we can't get the good professors in all the colleges, very impossible. Can through a centralized system, the government also do a lot of initiative. Why can't the expert somewhere on a weekly basis teaching some, say, full stack, that all the students across Tamil Nadu can learn? So which is all you do every week, now that you're during the COVID time, there's a TV programs, on the where people can learn. Like that every week, 1 hour, some expert teaching on full stack, live. All the Tamil Nadu students can learn about full stack. Imagine, you produce like millions of people on various tech, like that you have to choose 10, 20 streams on various technology, weekly one session, students choose what they want to learn. Probably you can work with the government and make this possible. And I think be a best time to be entrepreneur. Superb time. India is growing, funding available, connected world, billion plus internet users, so much opportunity. Now, when I started the company, I used to think that, when the moment the company achieved $1 billion valuation, end of the world. Today, the companies are getting $1 billion fund. I don't want to be only a employee at the marinte. Yes, that can be a starting point. But you have aspiration to be entrepreneur. You be employer. You employ people. Create opportunities. Don't get settled with just being one employee, mediocre thing and all that. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm not undermining because Satyanada done a great success being a thing and all the thing. But be a leader where people can look up to you or make a difference and all the thing. Not just be I finished my degree, 20,000, 30,000 salary. No, don't settle for mediocre success. Create a great success. Opportunity is there. Only thing required is you need to have the desire, relentless effort, continue to develop skills and competency. Whatever the area you choose, be it an entrepreneur, be it an employee, you can achieve a great success. But have that aspiration, motivation, self-discipline, allocate time for your learning and all those things. I think these are some of the things you do to create a great talent coming out of Tamil Nadu. Okay? Tamil Nadu let not be only producing talent for the world. It's Tamil Nadu also create companies to employ talent and all that.
No, absolutely, very well said. And in the interest of all of you, I am giving you a little bit of hint. When you are in Umagine, attending these conferences, and visionary like Muruga is here, you can actually get in touch with him. You have all the avenues, in person or in LinkedIn. Share your ideas, thoughts, and you will get all the guidance. We haven't had that kind of opportunity, so please utilize that. With that, Kevin, the talent from the ITES industry and startup, what you see and what is the message for you, from you to the students, what kind of skill sets they can watch on, and they should work towards that to make Tamil Nadu to the globe?
Sure. I think, Bhaskar, that's a very prominent question, and you asked at the right time. Because, like Muruga said, this is the cusp of the movement. Not only the state, entire the country is also moving towards the direction, and that's where even NASCOM, you guys have termed that as a decade, where the technology is going to decide this particular decade. From a tech services ITS perspective, if I have to give some statistics, the country employs closer to 5 to 6 million. That's it. The population is what we talk about, 1.4 billion. In the tech industry, how many people are working? 5 to 6 million. So, 50-60 லட்சம். That's it, right? And Tamil Nadu prominently employs closer to more than 1 million, right? And just 10 lakhs out of the 8.4 crore population we have. So the opportunity is massive in terms of availability in the technology industry. People talk about the AI coming in, automation coming in, that's going to take the jobs away. World Economic Forum puts out a number saying that there are 83 million jobs are opened up newly in 2023 and 2024. Are you ready to take those jobs? That's a very important. So I would put it in a foundational way. How can you actually get those opportunities and you can scale up in your life? I use this term called confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is something, if suddenly we have a group of people, around 400 people are there, okay? One person stands up and stares at the corner. Really, suddenly, now itself I'm showing my hand there, half the crowd is seeing the corner. That's the confirmation bias. Because inherently, without knowing the why, your brain turns to that. You never ask the question, why are you turning back and why are you looking that? Because someone is looking at, you're also looking at. That's the kind of the confirmation bias happening in the tech industry, because 2022 we had Meta came in, Metaverse was the big thing, before the ChatGPT stuff. Now, this year has been the Gen AI. We never know what is going to come in the next 2 years. So we are becoming like a roller coaster ride of learning everything. Okay, now study in AI, you get a job. Okay, I go and do study in AI. How many of you are getting jobs? 100 people going and studying that particular technology and machine learning and AI. Out of 100 people, only 20 are getting, 80 are not getting. Have you tried to figure out, I'm sure whatever I'm talking will echo with the students community here. Why are you not getting the job? The reason is the foundation. The foundation is cracking. That's the important thing. And what is the foundation? Your curiosity, your creativity, your systems thinking. That is a foundation for you to scale up. Remember one thing, the one thing about I'm very proud and pride about the state is every parent, irrespective of levels of the work what they do, even they earn 100 rupees or 500 rupees or even 1000 rupees or a lakh, they will make sure their kids go to the school, they'll make sure the kids go to the college. That's the weapon. Education is the weapon, right? They make sure that you study. But getting a job is in your hand. And why are you not getting the job? That's where the aspect of foundation coming in. Because you are not working on the foundation. You are not cleansing yourself on the foundation. Instead, you are focusing something on a high level job which you can achieve immediately. But if you focus on the foundation, right, you all say, வீட்டுக்கு எது தேவை? டைரக்டா நான் 4வது மாடி போய் உட்கார முடியுமா? முடியாது. ஃபவுண்டேஷன் ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருந்ததுன்னா எத்தனை மாடி வேணாலும் கட்டலாம். That's the thing. So your foundation is about creative thinking. It's not about communication. People are misrepresented that having a good communication is the foundation. When I was 25 years back, when I did my college, everybody said that. Communication is the key thing that you want to get a job. It's not that. There are many other things you need to sculpt yourself. If you can able to sculpt that skills, I think like what Muruga is being a $1 billion valuation company CEO, so humble sitting here. And I proudly say that I'm sitting here because of that, cracking that foundation. I was able to accelerate in me and sculpt that foundation. So if you can focus on the foundational skills, all rest will fall in. You can learn everything after that. But again, my humble advice to each one of you is focus on the foundation. That could be the one takeaway, Bhaskar. I would leave it to the student community here today.
I just want to add, so you're not a $1 billion market cap, but I'm sure it will happen. It's a matter of time, which I know might definitely be a multi-billion dollar company also. No doubt about it. Kevin Sona, just want to add it. Is communication important? Another not necessary. When I attend an interview, you may be surprised. I couldn't even utter a single word during the interview process. But I was able to demonstrate my programming skills. And then the programming skills knowledge, the foundation, probably you can add to it. And I spend a lot of time on developing softwares, okay? And they're pretty developing a software. That's in my view, Kevin, correct me if you're wrong. That's a foundation skill you're talking about, that, solving problem, developing a good software. Is it what you meant by foundation?
Absolutely. Problem solving, creative thinking, system thinking, right? And having the approach, right mindset and resilience. People, today break. Something they are not able to get, they break. They'll break you apart, right? But you should not be worried about that. You should have the resilience to try again till you succeed. No one is going to help you unless and until you. That's all I say. That you should be a self-built. If you can't build yourself, no one else will come and build you.
So now I would like to add a few points here, okay? So when you interview students, you are not looking at their marks in terms of, you are evaluating the programming skills. So just reading books and scoring, maybe just understanding is important. Programming skill is the fundamental expertise what you are looking for in the industry. You might score even 30%, just simply pass through, but you are able to develop a piece of good software. I think that's what the most important thing. My suggestion in the industry, you know what's developed, you know, and see what I told you already, there are enough and more ways for you to learn. Just every day allocate 1 hour, 2 hour, possibly to develop software or learn software, learn this latest technology. That'd be very, very useful is my point of view.
You're fantastically put in, and I can share one of the thing, and many times I definitely like to spend more time with students, and I think you are Gen Alpha, that's how we call. Many times I speak to industry leaders, and at least I meet 3 leaders in a particular day, and everyone says 20 to 30% students, they can get employed. Then my counter question is, what is the challenge? The only challenge what they feel is the foundation. And that's what Kevin and Muruga, they are stressing on. That's going to be very, very important. So while these technology will come in, come out, you may remember last year, we all were talking about blockchain. But now it's in back of the burner. If you talk any of the industry leaders, so foundation is going to be a game changer for all of you. So please focus on that. Another question to you, Muruga, and this is the second edition of You Imagine TN, and in the first edition, if I'm not wrong, we used to call it as a You Imagine Chennai. So obviously now we are going to give a holistic picture of Tamil Nadu. How do you see the role of emerging hubs like Madurai, Coimbatore? What are your thoughts on this?
The good thing that, we have talent available across Tamil Nadu. In fact, there are companies even setting up, a company like Zogo, they're setting up the companies in the respective various districts of Tamil Nadu. Talent pool available everywhere. So it's not only limited to Chennai. And so government also setting the tidal parks, they're creating infrastructure, they're setting infrastructure, companies are setting up office in various districts. So that way that, it's not only limited to Chennai. The talent pool available everywhere, rather than everyone coming to Chennai. Why don't people stay in the respective district? It's good to be part of their own town. It's important to develop that whole ecosystem across Tamil Nadu, not concentrated in Chennai alone. It's good for Tamil Nadu, good for Tamil people as well. So it's a win-win for everybody in order, rather than everything getting concentrated in a particular one city.
Obviously, and Kevin, you are the one big flag bearer of emerging hubs. Your thoughts on that?
Sure. I think just to add to what Muruga talked about, the Tier 2 cities, the recent times we are seeing a significant growth. And why do we see that level of a significant growth? And I again go back to the talent as a fortress. So out of all the graduates coming from the state, closer to 60 to 65% of the graduates are from the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 cities. So the availability is ensured in the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 cities. And in the tech talent pool, which I talked about, which is like already they are working, closer to 15% are currently based out of the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. That is the reason we see a surge in Coimbatore, we see amazing surge in Madurai, we see a good progression happening in Trichy, Tirunelveli. And in fact, I would give a statistics, because of course I need to talk about that because I'm from that particular district. I'm from a Kanyakumari, down south. 2-3 years back, we had only 40 companies, small size companies. Today, we have closer to 250 plus companies. One of the previous speaker, he had his own center in Kanyakumari. So I'm saying the growth is kind of completely distributed and growing at a pace which is of a 2x year on year. It's not even like an incremental percentage of 20%, 30%. It's like a 2x growth. So what we foresee is, definitely Coimbatore, for sure. It has crossed more than $1 billion revenue in the services, IT services predominantly. Madurai, they have crossed more than 1,000 crore in terms of the IT service revenue. So which is actually a very healthy aspect for the state because the state is not concentrated on one location as Chennai. This distributed growth is going to warrant the distributed talent, enabling people. And the more important aspect about Bhaskar is also, what we see is like the mid IT services companies and the low end of the IT services companies, right? When I say from a headcount perspective, They prefer the tier 2, tier 3 cities for one factor because the cost of establishment is 25% lesser compared to the cities. So that's also another factor, no, that is actually helping and accelerating. And definitely in the next 3 to 4 years, we would see the tier 2 cities coming equally to the level of the main cities and competing. And again, based on the talent availability.
Yeah, my only suggestion and to you, Kevin, and I was discussing with Murga, we have stopped calling anyone tier 2, tier 3, because nobody likes to hear we are second or 3. We will call emerging hubs, because I have seen when the moment we say tier 2, tier 3, people feel, okay, we are the second level. With that, we will open for the question. This is your chance, guys. You can ask any questions. But before that, if you can pass on the mic. Murga, any suggestion from you to the students, and then Kevin, any suggestion from you? And then we will open for the question.
This is one standard advice I tell everyone. The success, patina, only the 4 factors, okay? So if everyone want to achieve success in life? Everyone? Yes? No? Okay, in the 4 factors you follow, first and foremost, the desire. We should have the desire in your life. That's a starting point. If you don't have desire, you can't achieve any success. That's irrespective of what's your background. Okay? Point number 2, have a strong faith you will achieve a desire. Okay? That's a point number 2. Point number 3, continue to develop your skills and competency every day. 4th is relentless effort. Nobody can stop you in achieving success. Just follow the 4 things. So, irrespective of what's your background. I told you my background 23 years. I want to get a basic job. I have a very basic life. But one thing I continue to develop my desire, work towards it, relentless effort. If you read the book Think and Grow Rich, this is what it talks about. It's one of the phenomenal book, millions of copies sold. The essence of the book is 4. Have desire, faith in your desire, continue to develop skills and competency, relentless effort, you can achieve success. I want each and every one of you achieve success, make a difference to your family, to a difference to the world. I think that's small.
Thanks, Murga. Kevin?
Yeah, I think I'll say 2 things. One I'll borrow from Murga. Before that, the first thing is, maybe I'll tell it in Tamil. யார்கிட்டயும் உதவி எதிர்பார்க்காதீங்க. யாரையும் டிபெண்ட் பண்ணாதீங்க. You should stand on your own. உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனையை நீங்க தான் சார்ட் அவுட் பண்ணணும். உங்களுக்கு ஒரு சேலஞ்ச் இருந்ததுன்னா அதை நீங்க தான் சார்ட் அவுட் பண்ணணும். If you keep on depending on someone, that someone will help you, you are losing your individuality. And at a point in time, you lose your integrity as well. And you will not able to scale up in your life. Very important, first thing I want to say is like, யாரையும் டிபெண்ட் பண்ணாதீங்க லைஃப்ல. யார்கிட்டையும் எதிர்பார்க்காதீங்க. யாரையும் ஹெல்ப் கேட்காதீங்க. என் ஃப்ரெண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, அவங்க பண்ணுவாங்க. Once you start depending life, you'll end of your life, you'll becoming a dependent person. You'll keep on depending with others. Just believe in you. Whatever you can do, the small things, even that, just believe in that and keep doing it. One day you will achieve the scale up. Second one, quickly, every day, at least spend 60 minutes on reading. Whatever you like. You may like a novel, you may like a comic book, or you like to read some newspaper, whatever it is, but do read 60 minutes every day. The progressive knowledge is the important knowledge one will get. You may feel that you have not accumulated the knowledge. I can tell you, end of the 30th day, you will feel like you are knowledgeable. End of the first year, you will feel like you are more knowledgeable than your professors or your colleagues. That's all I want to sum it up. Thanks.
Very well said, Kevin. Any questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hey, good morning and very good discussion. I am Sudhakar. I head one of the corporate development centers here in Chennai, and as an emerging head, I head the Coimbatore center as well. Okay, 2 challenges I face in my corporate world is, though we have abundant of talent in Tamil Nadu, okay, it's a real fact that we are losing out to some of the other cities like Bengaluru, which are fast growing when compared to the IT landscape. Okay. What are we doing to arrest that talent migration and create an ecosystem where we could grow? Talking about emerging centers, long back, almost 15 years back, we invested in cities like Salem, Trichy, Tirunelveli. We have huge LCOTs and SIPCOTs established there, but we don't have a corporate presence there. What as a government we are doing to promote these centers so that we could create more and more bigger and bigger talent hubs within these emerging cities and retain the talent abundance we have in Tamil Nadu? Those are the two questions.
Okay, all right. I'll give a quick response. I would respond from an industry perspective as a common man. I can't talk on behalf of government or the statements what you made. But what I see is in the recent times, for sure, the reverse transition is happening because of the development and upsurge in the tier 2 cities. So people from Coimbatore who are working in Bangalore or other states or districts, they are coming back to the base because opportunities are getting created. And you said you have a development center. You are witnessing the growth in the Coimbatore itself. So that reverse transition is happening and it is a progress, right? It's a, I would say we have to look from a next 5 years horizon, how much we can bring back into the state. But I think that progress and the journey has started in my view.
I will just add on that. The way, and I'm talking more from the NASSCOM standpoint, the way we look at it is more from the pull factor is required, not the push. So definitely emerging hub is something, and Coimbatore is one of the location which we are also focusing on. And along with the industry, Kevin is part of it, Murga is part of it, wherein we are going to create what are those stories which is coming from these places. We need to talk about those stories, and those are the pull factors. That's what we can think of. And I'm sure we will succeed in this. I think we are running short of time. Yeah, over to you.
Check. Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much for patiently taking our questions and for sharing your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speakers. Before we do, in fact, bid them goodbye, I'd like to invite Ms. Priya, Joint Director, District Revenue Officer, TNEGA, to present our speakers with a memento, extending a warm round of gratitude from all of us in the audience. Of course, through this session, I think we've covered from believing yourself to the reverse of talent migration. We definitely have a look forward to. We draw the panel discussion to a close on a very hopeful and positive note. So the coming years, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to establish Tamil Nadu as a beacon of innovation and, of course, going by this panel discussion, a beacon of opportunity as well. A loud round of applause once again for all our speakers for sharing their valuable insights. We're here at day 2 of Umagine TN 2024. Of course, we're off to a great start. And the upcoming session is just as exciting. In fact, with that, we're going to be exploring the rich landscape of opportunities, evolving ecosystems, and strategic advantages that are inherent to these evolving tech hubs. Before we get into it, a loud round of applause, if I may request everybody to extend our thanks and appreciation to our speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're exploring the tapestry of opportunities, the evolving ecosystems that await us, and the strategic advantages that are inherent in these evolving tech hubs. Now, from catalyzing innovation to actually fostering economic growth, the upcoming panel discussion offers a comprehensive exploration of the transformative potential that emerges when tapping into the vibrant energy of emerging tech destinations. So through this particular panel discussion that we have coming up on stage, we're going to be navigating an interesting path. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our speakers who are going to be joining us this session, starting with Mr. Krishnamani, who is the director at Honeywell, is also a seasoned professional, driving excellence in industrial technology. His leadership at Honeywell reflects a commitment to innovation, to ensuring the company actually remains a global leader in providing cutting-edge solutions across various industries. We're also joined this session by Mr. Manivannan JK, who is the CEO of Desi Crew and is also a visionary entrepreneur who fosters rural outsourcing. His leadership drives Desi Crew's mission to empower rural communities through digital employment, creating opportunities and transforming lives. It's also my pleasure to invite Mr. Kannan Sugantharaman onto the stage, CFO of Omega Healthcare, to join us for this particular panel discussion. He is a financial strategist who oversees the company's success in healthcare outsourcing, and his acumen when it comes to the financial world contributes to Omega Healthcare's growth, ensuring operational excellence in healthcare solutions. To round up our panel on stage, I'd like to invite Mr. Navid, who is the center head Coimbatore Bosch, is also a dynamic leader, as we all know, steering innovation in automotive technology. His role at Bosch Coimbatore, ladies and gentlemen, reflects a commitment to advancing technological solutions while also contributing to Bosch's global reputation as an industry leader. The panel that is coming up right now is going to be focusing on the advantage of tapping potential in emerging hubs. And with that, over to our speakers. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much. Good morning and almost mid-afternoon for many of you. And if we can settle down, please. Thank you. So I'll just set the context for the discussion. I will play the role of moderator for this session, and I have my three colleagues who would expand on their stories, right? The context is, we heard from the Honorable Minister yesterday about two important points. One was, can India take the route of services to grow? Because there are plenty of examples in the world about manufacturing, about the first world industries. Can India really grow with services alone? I think that's an interesting thought which is emerging now, internationally accepted. The previous panel speaker spoke about the book reading habit. So if you are interested, there is a book which is recently released by Raghuram Rajan and Lamba. It's called Breaking the Mold, where they're arguing that, yes, India can take the services route. The second interesting point, which is relevant to our topic directly, was Minister was saying, can this growth be distributed to all the places in TN, not restricting to coastal cities or the big cities? So these are the contextual discussions which we'll have today. That's a theme which will come back into the panel. And now I'll introduce the panel. I'll start with Kannan. Kannan represents Omega Healthcare. If you are interested, he is the largest employer, largest enterprise creating the white collar jobs in the city of Tiruchirappalli. No claps? Okay. And he will talk about the organization and the work we do. And today we're also looking at the success stories, because we heard last 2 days we've been hearing about how to make TN better, how to make it spread worldwide, etc. But I think there are stories in this panel which will certainly inspire you and serve as an example for others to emulate. So that's the context. I'll come back to Kannan later. Then I have Naved. He heads the R&D division of Bosch based in Coimbatore. And he oversees just not the IT jobs, but core engineering skills in Coimbatore. Welcome, Naved. And then we have Krishna. Krishna is based out of Madurai. Incidentally, Krishna works out of Madurai. Kannan keeps visiting Trichy. And Naved is based out of Coimbatore. So if you want an example of a career professionals, because they're all, you can see all of us are at least 25, 30 years in the industry. So there is a possibility of realizing your dreams even in small towns. And I'll talk about Desi Crew a little later, because we're going to talk about Panchayat villages there. So Krishna represents Honeywell, Madurai. And one common thing for all of us, at least 2 decades, every organization is spent in these geographies. So we're not talking about today or what happened in the recent trend. It's not a fad, right? These companies have invested in these geographies and they have realized their benefits, which is what we'll hear from them today. So this is the context. So between all of us, you see Madurai, Trichy, Coimbatore, and I represent Desi Crew. Our model is to take the jobs to where people are. So we started with the Panchayat villages. So the work which is getting done from these areas are now getting exported, if you can use the word, to almost 6 continents in the world. Only Antarctica, we don't have any clients. So that's the potential which is possible in these kind of scenario. So let's get into the discussion today. So I'll start with Kannan first. What we're going to do is to explain why Omega went to Trichy. And in the first round, if you can cover a little bit about the talent, Kannan, and then we can go with the rest of the...
Sure. Thanks, Mani. எத்தனை பேர் திருச்சியில் இருக்கீங்க? 10 பேரா இருப்பீங்களா? எல்லாம் தமிழ் புரியுமா? All okay, English or Tamil for that matter. If you do look at most of the population that even works with Omega, most of them, and we are a 32,000 people company today, located in India, in the Philippines, in the US, and in Colombia. Out of the 32,000 people, 25,000 people are based in India. And out of 25,000 people, 16,000 people are based in Tamil Nadu. And out of 16,000 people in Tamil Nadu, 7,000 people are in Trichy, Tiruchirappalli. And we started this in 2011 as a center. Omega Healthcare, as you would name would suggest, it's in the healthcare ecosystem, not in the Indian market, but in the US market. And all of the 25,000 people in India are working for the US healthcare ecosystem. In Tiruchirappalli, when we started in 2011, we started with 100 people, roughly. And today, we stand at being the largest white-collar employer in Tiruchirappalli, with about 7,000 people, of which 4,000 people are in office. In today's environment, being in office it becomes unique in a way, but we do have 4,000 people working in office in Tiruchirappalli. And the question that Manu, when we spoke about, was why Tiruchirappalli to start with, right? So somewhere down the demand, in the ethos of the organization, some of these are built in. So in our case, it was the CEO who had the vision of starting something in Tiruchirappalli because he had the affiliation to that. So it always starts like that. But we are talking about emerging hubs today. We are talking about Omega having started this 13 years back, when Tiruchirappalli didn't have what it has today. Today they just opened up a new airport in Tiruchirappalli. It's an international airport. You have Elcots of the world investing in cutting edge infrastructure out there, and it's a much different city today as it was 13 years back. But I think the underlying of what happened was the conviction of going into some city and placing yourself there as a bet. It was a pure bet that was placed to saying, I want to do something from where I originated. In most cases, it is the case, and I want to pay forward, and I want to start there. First 4-5 years, we struggled. 5th year, we were about to close down. Right? And then, things evolved, and we should talk about it at a later stage. But things evolved, but what prevailed was the fact that the continuation of the interest of the leadership team to continue being invested in a location. Then you can call it tier 2, right? Now it's emerging. But then we still had infrastructure issues, we had connectivity issues and whatnot. But the willingness to stay put in that and continue to invest in the ecosystem out there, including skills. And we are a completely skills-based environment. Our inventory, our asset, our revenue generators are people. As simple as that. So we started an academy out there, and over a period we evolved to becoming the largest employers out there. It's a great case study of how to and how not to at the same time. But the good part is that we didn't have to go through 2 companies to understand one did well and one didn't. It was in the same company that emerged to becoming something that could become what we are right now over a period of time. But that effectively was the story behind Omega Healthcare in that ecosystem, Mani.
Yeah, thanks, Kannan. Before we go to Naved, just one quick question. You talked about skills and skills academy. The academy idea came because you didn't find enough talent which is available to join, or was it a captive thought? What is the thought process behind this academy?
So as it always starts with how not to, right? So we started off with going there. We thought it will be yet another center. When we open a center, people will come and join and will be willing to do things, and we will grow from X to Y. That didn't happen. For the first 4-5 years, we were lagging on skill, right? Retention was a big issue. We really didn't understand what was not working. So the first part was to, then we decided that it is not important to just import people into a location. You should have somebody native to that location. And that's when it dawned on us that we should have somebody who has been there, done that in Tiruchirappalli, and we got somebody.
Like anchor clients, anchor leadership.
Anchor leadership. It was very important because ethos of every location is different, right? So, I mean, it's like when you're getting into a new location and you're experimenting, first thing is to find out what works in that location. We were throwing many things, it wasn't sticking. And, at some point in time, we had to go back and say, okay, what were we not doing right? First part was leadership, right? We brought in the right leadership. Then we offered it to the rest of the organization, 8,000 people, saying, if you are from Tiruchirappalli, go back to Tiruchirappalli, right? And we will not change anything in terms of your emoluments, in terms of, actually we incentivize them to go back to Tiruchirappalli, so to say. And they did go back at that point. And you would see, right, Tiruchirappalli had it still has 180 colleges, so to say. Then we went to the colleges and said, okay, what works for you guys? And they said, we aren't working because we don't know the healthcare domain. And there wasn't enough training that was being provided to us. And that's what prompted us to start a coding academy. And we are into medical coding mostly at that point in time. We started a medical coding academy and said, it doesn't matter what your background is. If you are interested in having a US healthcare background from an occupation standpoint, come and join us and we will train you for it. That's where it started.
No, that's excellent.
The idea
I
behind
think the domain part, what you're focusing on, I think it's an important factor when we go forward from where we are today. Before we go to Navid, one more data points for all the young students. NASSCOM and Deloitte have studied this concept of emerging, you heard from Bhaskar. So they published a report. They picked up about 26 cities across India. Right? And then when I went through the list, when I did the research to find out how they arrived and where do we stand, you will find that a lot of the cities were capital cities. Because obviously when you're talking about India, you would want to include the cities which are not yet into the IT BPM sector in a big way. So naturally, a lot of capital cities are there. But if you were to really compare Madurai or Trichy to those cities, it will not be that fair. Because they already have an advantage in terms of infrastructure, people, etc. But we are way ahead in terms of the skill and the clients. So if you remove all of that, and if you look at the list then, Tamil Nadu is the only state which has got 4 locations identified. 3 of them are here, 4th one is Vellore, right? Now this tells you the invested talent which is already available. So even by the industry, the expectation is that TN will lead this revolution. So let's go to Navid now. We are now talking about shifting from domain towards engineering skills. Because there's another perception that job means it's only IT job or a BPM job. But that's not the case. We need the entire ecosystem. So we'll hear from Navid about his story.
Good morning. If you talk about, how we came to Coimbatore, it is not because somebody from Coimbatore wanted to do it, because, Bosch is a multinational which does in a kind of process-based way of selecting location. So we wanted to find access to talent outside Bangalore. We were in Bangalore, right? So there was a task force created to look around other emerging cities and then make an assessment of where do we want to go next. So that was the work that was done. That was 18 years ago. So even before all these emerging hub reports were created, this was like the process we had internally made. And out of that, we were surprised to find that Coimbatore, in fact, is very close to Bangalore in terms of the talent availability. Right? There are universities which are kind of working very close in the new technology space, and number of graduates which were coming out of Coimbatore were very high. The only challenge for us was that we were in the engineering space. Right, so if you look at Coimbatore, there were Cognizant who had set up a large space. That was the largest company that time, but it was in IT space. So we came over in 2006, and that was the time where, and I can also see Anita, who is sitting here. She was part of the team in those days. It was really making it work. It was not that you can really apply some of the template which you are used worldwide, which worked, delivered results in other cities, can simply be used and then you get results. It doesn't work like that. So it was really a time where we had to invent, be innovative. Very similar to what Kannan said, there were also phases where people were really questioning, right? Was it a right decision to go to a city like Coimbatore? And very happy to see that in the last 18 plus years that we have grown through that phases. And now, if I look at again this growth phase, there were three major waves we kind of rode on, right? The first one was the talent arbitrage. So where you talk about where you have talent, where you have massive talent available, where you can hire and deploy in scale. Yeah? So there obviously you need to have access to large colleges which really deliver or develop students in the area where we work in. So we hire electronics, computer science, mechatronics, mechanical engineering and all that. Primarily, right? And you need to have access to that, right? That is the first part wherein you hire from campus. But of course, you cannot deliver just with people from campus. You also need to have a critical mass of people who work in that particular domain, who has experience in domain. And Bosch works primarily in the automotive space, where you have products coming into which are based on electronics, control units and all that. So you need to have people who have some experience in this domain. So that is the part where we had a really challenge. So similar to what Kannan said, we also tapped into the talent available in other locations. People who wanted to come back to Coimbatore from cities like Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, all the other places. And also we had incentivized this movement in some way. So that was the first part, that is building the base, and scaling. And then the second phase came in where Coimbatore was no longer a support center, right, to other locations. Initially, of course, it was, right? It was working together with other locations. And that was not good enough because you then ask people, what is your identity, right? What do you represent? Do you want to be known as someone who is supporting a location, or do you want to have your own identity? And that was the second phase where we were consciously building that capability, building complete programs out of Coimbatore. So we have now world-class programs for cutting edge, in the cutting edge technology space with the global market, completely delivered out of Coimbatore. That was the second wave for us, right? And the third wave came in wherein now we have innovation for global market out of Coimbatore. There are areas wherein the technology first comes to Coimbatore, not in Bangalore, but in Coimbatore. And they innovate, and this goes into the other markets. So I think that's the wave which we have seen, and I think that is really showing that, yes, in many cases, Coimbatore is better than Coimbatore talent is better than other talent. But
now I think Coimbatore people should raise noise or clap, because he's saying Coimbatore is better than Trichy. Hello. That's what he said. Okay, thanks, Navid. And so now we'll shift to another part of story, which is sort of quite different from the IT. And the organization also has multiple locations, not just outside India, even in India. And they are doing pure R&D. So let's hear from Krishna about why they went to Madurai when they had options like Pune, Hyderabad, and everything. That's the perspective we want from you, Krishna.
Sure. Thank you. So good morning, all. First of all, thanks to the organizers for giving us an opportunity to speak in this forum. So let me start a little bit with what Honeywell does. Many of you may know, or some of you may not. So Honeywell is primarily into three areas. One is in the aviation. So this is a mega trend that's going to happen for next several decades. So a lot of our offerings and solutions cater to this space. The second area that we focus on is energy and transition. So today you see that there is a lot of focus on decarbonization. So there is a lot of focus on switching to alternate and sustainable fuels. So we work on that entire spectrum of industries and end markets. And the third one is focus on automation, and specifically on industries as well as buildings. So put together, we are a technology company serving very niche applications and niche market. And the engineering and R&D and innovation arm of Honeywell is known by the name Honeywell Technology Solutions. It operates in India. The first center came up in Bangalore in the 90s. And during that time, we want to build the scale in terms of our testing our lab capabilities, and then also in terms of talent development. So that's the time the focus was, can we go to a different region apart from the metros? Like, for example, Bangalore, outside maybe Chennai to some other location. So one of the legendary stories, one of our senior Honeywell leadership was around the region, and they found Madurai talent, a large number of engineering graduates available in that space. So they've thought that, okay, this could be a great place because a lot of engineering students are here, a lot of colleges are here. So that's how we set up our shop as part of a college, Tyagaraja College, the very famous college in Madurai. That's how we started as a training center. Slowly we went into programming, and then from there we went into software development, and then the team of people who actually started the part of the Honeywell Madurai journey moved from software development to embedding those software into hardware that goes into aerospace, building, industries, oil and gas platforms, so that it gets converted into a product and then it gives value to the customer. And over a period of that journey, slowly, as Navid just pointed out, people started taking some ownership of certain design areas. So they took certain aspects and said, hey, we will lead this from Madurai. So that's how the talent grew into that side. You'll be surprised to know that I have some of my colleagues sitting in the front row. Some of our team members are actually private licensed aircraft pilots actually, because to design software for an aircraft, to fly an aircraft, you should have a mentality of a pilot, what you need. So some of our people operating from Madurai are trained pilots. Some of them have experience in actually designing products for the aircraft based on that exposure. So a lot of exposure. And then finally, we kind of moved into a space where we have also launched a global sustainability center of excellence. So this is one of its kind sustainability, COE for entire Honeywell in Madurai. Because if you talk about the next generation of embedding sustainability engineering principles in product development, the one thing we need to at least show and walk the talk is to put a center in a region, not in crowded city, because sustainability is all about building resilience and moving away and kind of decarbonizing the mega cities and moving towards regions where the power, the availability of people, all are sustainable in the long run and doesn't put too much stress on the ecosystem that we operate. So that's how we ended up in Madurai, and then we are indeed really happy to be part of the ecosystem. And our people are very happy in contributing to the larger new product introductions that we serve multiple markets across the globe.
Thanks, Krishna. Before we move on to the next round, let me just complete this set by talking about us, which is Desi Crew. You heard the shift which has happened from Bangalore to Trichy or Chennai to Coimbatore. That's one of the trends where the large enterprises, when they want to expand, they look at locations which are feasible for their businesses. But Desi Crew started from the other extreme. So the question in front of the founding team of Desi Crew was, what can be done in villages? Because we saw that almost all of us experienced this. If not directly, at least our parents would have originated from one of the villages. They would have all migrated to the big cities. Now, if the talent is available, can the jobs be taken to where they are instead of us running around Bangalore and Coimbatore, even Coimbatore and Chennai, right? So that was the thought process. Of course, this 15 years back, we didn't even have any of these conversations and facilities. People didn't believe. People said, really, can work happen? Would you have power? Will people speak in English? All the questions were there. But the model evolved from there, and I'm happy to say that we have about 4 centers in 2 different states. We are, as I mentioned earlier, we have clients across the world, and these team members are still working from their own native place, either cycling or bikes. Some people have got cars now. So that is possible even from the remotest possible. The places which I'm talking about are, I don't know how many of you will even recognize the names in this team as well, because we are all from the same state. How many of you know Kollumangudi? Have you heard of Kollumangudi? Somebody is raising hand. Thank you very much. So that's near Mailaduthurai. And we have another center called in Thukanayakan Palayam. We call it TN Palayam. That's near E Road. Okay. There is another center. Oh, thank you very much. And there is another center closer to Virupuram. So, and this has been happening for almost 15 years. So now you know that there are no real constraints either from the market or from the leadership which we spoke earlier, or even from the raw talent which is available. So this is just a summary of who we are, what we've done so far. Now let's go to the next round. Before we go there, I just want to give a simple anecdote which all of us can relate, because Bangalore keeps coming in our conversations very often, right? How many of you know that before the 2K phenomenon, Y2K phenomenon came to India, the size of Bangalore IT industry, in terms of number of people, number of companies, revenue, whatever number which you want to take today, you will be surprised to know that some of our cities have already surpassed all of this. And we are not talking about a long time. It's probably about 20, 25 years. And the advantages we have today with the government support and the talent like this, we wouldn't need another 25 years. We are probably looking at 5 to 6 years. And yesterday again, Honorable Minister mentioned that a sweet spot for many of the viable enterprises is about 1 million population, where we could get talent and service the customers. I have a slightly different take on that. I'm sure my panelists will watch when we go to the next round. These centers are not representing Coimbatore, Madurai, Trichy, all the places. They represent maybe about 100 kilometers radius and maybe thousands of villages, because this is where the true talent is really coming from. So that's the message, and I want the panel to respond, one on the talent part. You talked about acquiring the fresh talent. What about the middle management? Because when I talk to customers, when we speak in NASCOM forums, one of the pushbacks I hear is, yes, you can hire freshers, you can give them the skills, but where are you going to get the middle management to manage the talent? And in the growth perspective, I'm sure Naved will agree that if you go to 10,000 people organization, it's not going to happen only with fresh graduates. So can you quickly cover about how you faced and managed the mid-level management?
Awesome. So now, if you look at from the conventional, framework, we talk about managing people is important for any organization that is be it on IT or engineering. So we in fact also went from that construct that the focus was on people management to a large extent, and from there, of course, I will also talk about the shift. But initially, of course, this was also the challenge we had. So which means, of course, you need to find people who have experience in the domain. Now, a company like Bosch working in core automotive area, setting up a center in Coimbatore, and want to find people who can work in those domains, who can take a new function and drive it in a Formula One track or a race track, and then validate, and then of course fine tune and bring it back. So these kind of talents were extremely difficult to find, and it was also not possible to find senior people who can mentor the youngsters in this space. So that was something we had to really develop in a painful way. So it took us 15 odd years to have that kind of talent which are available, and then keep them inside the organization. We shifted in that journey from managing people to leading people. So which means bringing focus from people management to really have a career track in technology and project management. So there are also people who manage operations, but in the past, the number of people in operations were large. And from there, we moved the leadership to a technology and project management. So there are additional career paths which was created. And in this space, of course, it is not that difficult to find a project manager who worked in a consumer electronics space, bring him into an automotive space, because you are working in the similar standards, certification, you have, the concepts are similar. So we have addressed that problem in that way, because gone are the days where number of people who work with you is an asset, rather it's become a liability for you, right? So you have to figure out how do we deliver more value with the talent pool you have. So we don't really focus on this pure play line management role anymore, operations management anymore. There are a few people who do that. A lot of things are automated. A lot of things are taken care by systems, which orchestrates things. But like I said, it was a problem in the beginning. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a good insight. Can you guys chip in? You want to chip in?
Sure. Middle management is where we went wrong in the first place, right? Because the easiest thing to manage in a newer location is to import talent. especially mid-management talent. And you do fail to realize that the bottom of the pyramid technically reports only to the mid-managers. They don't even relate to leadership, technically speaking, which meant you are bringing in a third, an alien ethos into and more so in an emerging hub like, let's say, Tiruchirappalli or Madurai, where people relate to the job very differently to how they relate to in maybe Chennai or in Bangalore, right? If you are in a company in Chennai or in Bangalore or in Mumbai for more than 4 years, 5 years, the question is, didn't you get another opportunity? The quality of the thinking in terms of loyalty is very different to when you go into I would say parts like Tiruchirappalli where loyalty has a very different connotation altogether. So be it in Madurai or Coimbatore. So for you to bring in ethos, to understand that ethos was important from a middle management system was itself a learning. And the minute you started learning, first thing is, of course, how do you get domain? We are a healthcare ecosystem in the US. Domain is so critical. If mid-management does not understand domain, how will they impart it, right? And therefore, the question of, can the guys from Trichy go back to Trichy and figure out if you can do something out there and incentivizing them? That's one. And second thing is, given the fact that we've been there for like 11 years, our mid-management over the last 7 years has attrition of less than 1%. Because the minute they start realizing that there is enough ethos in the organization and as a cultural background, you're not importing necessarily talent, and the fact that you are growing within, that made it a lot more easier for us to, but then it all started with the fact of an import mindset, right? So that's where we went wrong. But over a period, we did learn that it is not just important for you to get the skill, to maintain the skill, you need to understand the ethos of each of these organizations. That's where this got built over a period.
I think that's very good. It also resonates with our own story. Sorry to butt in because we need to talk about it. So the first batch of graduates we recruited in Kollumangudi are still with the organization after 17 years. Of course, they've become managers, somebody is managing client relationships, etc., but they haven't left the company. And nor is my first client who landed in the Kollumangudi village. So I think the ethos part, we completely resonate. Krishna, I want to add to that middle manager.
Sure. So from our perspective, right, as my co-panelist said, so our managerial roles are not only kind of people management, but also owning the technology piece. So once you become a manager, like what happens is usually the technical people who work as a project engineer or a design lead kind of takes this role over a period of some years. And once you take up the role, you start engaging with people, their talent development, building the expertise, but also themselves start getting exposed to our clients actually. So since it's a global company and we operate across geographies, once you are a manager, you get access to reaching out to those clients in different parts. You try to understand what they do, what they need. You build that skill of conversation, trying to understand what their needs are, and trying to bring those VOC, what you call voice of customer, into our product development. So that way you are actually learning a lot in the job actually, and that actually helps them to feel that there is a career path ahead for them. Even sitting in Madurai, we are talking to maybe in Chicago, we are talking to customers in Dubai, we are talking sometime to Sydney. So it doesn't matter you need to be in Bangalore or in Chennai, you get the same exposure. You talk to them on the latest and greatest happening today in terms of technology and trying to build that in your product design. So that way the manager, the homegrown talent are actually staying put and want to further evolve, not thinking about moving to maybe another city or so. So that's one way we are able to retain the talent.
We are getting signals that we should wind up, but we will not wind up. We'll give us a few minutes because we just want to bring up one important element which all of us should be aware of, which is very different from the way industry operates, or even when we talk about jobs, what happens in the country. We all think or we all know that government is one of the largest employers, or everybody aspires to get a government job, especially from our places, right? But like Bhaskar pointed out earlier, the number of jobs which IT BPM sector has created alone is more than all jobs the central government is at stake today. I don't know how many of the young people are even aware of this fact, and it's only a beginning, right? And that's one part. So the jobs are going to be created here, but how are these jobs different from, let's say, what is getting created in Bangalore and Chennai? there is an important element which came out during our conversation. I want to bring it, which is about women participation. So I can see in the audience also we have a majority of women, but just not the audience. It is added to the stability of the organization, and I can even stretch to say that the future models have to incorporate that as one of the key elements. But I would like to hear from the leaders about the role of women, the percentages, numbers, and very quickly, maybe a couple of minutes each, and then we can wind up and open the questions.
Sure. That's something that I keep boasting of. Tiruchirappalli has about 60% who are female population out there. 60%, and the fact that the attrition level at that, is way below where the market is, right? In a BPM industry, when I talk to colleagues, they say, what's your attrition level like? And I go like, maybe 4-5%. And they say, oh, that low. And I say, no, that's per month. It becomes very unique in that. But in this space, especially in Tiruchirappalli, the quality of talent that we found, especially in that niche segment, and that evolved over a period as well. As I was talking to you, it was, and out there, the time between graduation and marriage is a short period. And that's what we capitalize on. Because the minute you get married, you migrate, or you typically do not get to participate in, labor participation goes lower. But that's what we capitalize on. And we found that people who have, again, understood the ethos of the organization are always willing to come back even after marriage. So it's then, we started off as conversations. So initially we used to have now town halls with candidates. We used to have town halls with parents, to figure out how safe it is for an environment like this to happen. Now the next level of town halls are happening with spousal relationships, to saying, why is it okay for people to continue? And I think, that we are slowly evolving and as evolved.
Thanks. Can we quickly head Naved? Is there anything special about Bosch and women?
Yeah, I think
in Coimbatore.
what Kannan brought out, the number 60 is our aspirational target. Right? We are that's our dream to reach. We are more or less at around close to 28%. While when we hire more than 50% women engineers. And the question is really, how do we retain? So all these challenges are there. There one element which really helped us, and I think it is going to help further, is the leadership role we talked about, wherein we have now a separation of project management and technical leadership role, which is easier for women associates to manage time, right, from work. They can, of course, stay at home if you need for certain days and then do the work. So these are the things we see. Lot more women leaders are now kind of looking for such roles, and I hope that will help us. But I would say it is still a challenge for us, yeah.
Okay, so again, Desi Crew's perspective, our percentage is about 70 to 75% in terms of the workforce. But what is interesting is what Naved said, that the role which gives assurance to the newcomers, or the people who are in the organization who have spent time, who have taken really path-breaking steps. But what I mean by is, in the village scenario where people have not heard of night shift operations, there are people who came and stood up. Then they said married women will not work, they will not run night shift, but they have broken that barrier. So there are enough examples in organizations like this where women have actually assumed their leadership role, and they do bring in a lot of the stability and creativity which propels the organization. So last word from Krishna about how the quality part of it, because I know your numbers will not match with us, but
please. Right. So I just say that our numbers are very close to what Mr. Navid said. So that's our proportion of women employees in the organization, somewhat similar to that 30s. But what we do as a company is have a curated programs to drive women in tech forums. So that's one of our flagship program, where not only the young engineers who join the company, but also the middle level women in tech leaders actually are groomed to take up very high positions like vice presidents, senior vice presidents within the company. So Honeywell believes in that equity and equal opportunity philosophy. So these programs are run, which actually gives them much more benefits. Also in terms of creating that work-life balance in terms of hybrid work environment, because we run labs, we also need to have physical presence, but giving that extra flexibility so that people don't discontinue because of such needs. So I would say as a corporate strategy, this is very much ingrained in it, so that women leaders have actually joined and then kind of flourish in the roles. So with that, I'll conclude.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. And I think next time they will not call us if we don't wind up now. Go ahead to you.
Absolutely, our pleasure to be an audience to this lovely conversation. So, ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speakers on stage. On that note, if I may call upon Ms. Priya, Joint Director, District Revenue Officer of the TNEGA, to extend a token of our gratitude and appreciation to our speakers, our moderator. This whole conversation has taken us through an interesting land of opportunities, of course, the evolving ecosystems, and we did get a sneak peek into the world of innovation. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, focuses on a little bit more of a keen eye on tech talent landscape of Tamil Nadu. As we extend our thanks to our speakers, I'd also like to say that today we started off by identifying or having a conversation on the future trends within the SaaS market itself. We then moved on to exploring Tamil Nadu as a desired destination for tech journey. Further on in the last session, we had the wonderful opportunity to look at how we're tapping the potential within the emerging hubs. And with our upcoming conversation and the panel discussion, we take a look at the tech talent landscape of Tamil Nadu itself. So we delve deep into Tamil Nadu's vibrant ecosystem, where talent serves as the driving force behind innovation and growth. We're going to be uncovering the diverse pool of skills, expertise and potential that define Tamil Nadu's tech workforce. It is my pleasure to invite our speakers onto the stage with a loud round of applause from everybody in the audience, starting off with Ms. Lakshmi Kripa Jayaganesh, who is the Head of Talent Management, Digital HR and Diversity COE, India, R&T BCI. Of course, she is also an impressive person when it comes to her strategic approach, emphasizing and fostering an inclusive workplace through digital HR solutions, contributing to the success of the establishment. We're also joined this panel by Mr. Satish Rajaratnam, who is the Head of People and Administration, RCG Global Services. He shapes the company, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to people strategy, when it comes to cultivating a dynamic world culture aligned with RCG's commitment to excellence. I'd also like to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan, who is the Vice President, Strategic Initiatives and Head of Operations at Dexian India. He also directs the strategic initiatives and operations, all of which drive the company's success in providing innovative solutions across industries. Joining us in this panel, we also have the Managing Director of Merit Group, Mr. Con Conlon, who is a visionary leader advancing excellence in data solutions. His leadership at Merit Group underscores a commitment to delivering high-quality data services and solidifying the company's reputation as a trusted industry partner. Rounding off our panel today, we have Dr. Soundarya Rajesh, the founder and president of Avatar Group, and she is known for being a trailblazer when it comes to promoting diversity and inclusion. Through this session, she's also going to be fostering this insightful discussion that we are looking forward to, contributing to the advancement of inclusive workplaces and gender diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, a keen look on the tech talent landscape of Tamil Nadu. Over to our speakers. Good afternoon. If I may request all our guests to please take a seat. This is a session that focuses on the talent, which I would say is extremely relevant to all of us in the room, the tech talent when it comes to Tamil Nadu, and getting us one step closer or many steps closer towards the $1 trillion dream that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, the Umagine TN 2024 has been a spectacular platform where we have been exploring entrepreneurship, economic growth, skills and technology, and combining this is this annual summit that we have going on. We're here at the second edition, and before we do hand the floor over to our speakers, if I may request all our guests, our delegates, our students to please do take a seat. This session, like I said, is going to be looking at the future trajectory. We've seen the journey so far. this particular session, we put a spotlight into the future. We're going to be getting valuable insights from our speakers on stage on how Tamil Nadu itself is poised to becoming a powerhouse of tech talent, how we're going to be shaping the future of the industry, both regionally and globally. And with that, a very warm welcome to all of our delegates who've joined us. Over to our speakers. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, folks. It's wonderful to see all of you here. எல்லாரும் எப்படி எனர்ஜெட்டிக்கா இருக்கீங்களா? பரவாயில்லையா? சோகமா சொல்றீங்க எல்லாரும். கவலைப்படாதீங்க. This is going to be a fun panel. And you can see that there is a lot of diversity in the panel. You can see that we have 2 women here. Hey, clap for women. Right? You have 3 men here. Please clap for the men also. Right? And you have an expat who has come all the way to help us. Please clap for him. Thank you. This panel is all about how can you, first of all, get a great job. You all want to know about that? Yes? You don't want a job, Huh? Come on. Yes. How to stay in the workplace. Women, idu ungalku romba mukkiyam. You shouldn't drop off. 48% of all Indian women under the age of 30 take a break in career at least once. Only 18% come back. Do you want to be part of the 18%? No, only they come back. Out of the 48%, balance 52% don't take a break. Do you want to be part of that? Say yes. You have to say yes here. Yeah, great. So with these points, which is how do you find a great job? How do you stay employed and engaged in the workplace? How do you rise to leadership? What are the specific skills needed? This is what we are going to discuss in today's panel. As you can see, we have Khan over there, then we have Satish, we have Kumar, and we have Lakshmi Kripa. Great. We are going to do something a little different this time. I am going to request Satish to begin this panel by something very, very unique and different. You all are going to go back to your colleges, to your offices, whoever works over here, and say that you saw something which no other panel at Umagine actually had. And that is Satish, the mentalist. Over to you.
I'm getting very loud. Am I audible? Yes, okay. No, I'm good. Okay. With the mic, I'll be double A. I know we are between you and lunch, so quickly, may I request you all to stand up? Everybody, just to get your focus here. Everybody, put your phones down. Right? I'm going to take about 10-15 seconds, right? I'm going to get all of your attention into the forum out here, because it's going to be as exciting as what Doctor spoke about. It's about your career, your job opportunity, what you do differently. Yeah? Everybody, do as I do, right? Put your right hand forward. I'm doing a mirror, so I'm putting my left hand. Your right hand forward, everyone. You did that. Left hand forward. Put the right hand forward. Phone down, please. Thank you, sir. All right. Palms facing outward. Yeah. Outward. Very forward. Yeah. Your right hand crossover on left hand. Rub it as tight as possible as long as it's locked. You don't have to do that, it's okay. Your right thumb on top of your left arm. Your right thumb, top of your left arm, and you lock it. On the right thumb, no right thumb, adilla. In the right thumb, right thumb, right thumb. Okay, right thumb on top of the left thumb, lock. Now do as I do. 1, 2, and 3. This is how we're going to decipher, right? Your career. Do as I do, unlock your potential, slowly but steadily turn from right to left and thumbs up. Alright. Sit down. We will decipher as a panel for you how to do it easily.
Super, fantastic. Thank you. Folks, this panel has leaders, people who have begun businesses, people who have grown businesses, and people who have contributed to making their company among the best companies for both men and women in India. So we are going to have this conversation to talk about the 4 parts in anybody's career, right? When you get into a job, the first thing is they assess you. Correcta? Assess பண்ணி தானே உங்களை வந்து ஒரு ஜாப்க்குள்ள கொண்டு வருவாங்க, right? They assess you. The second is they acquire you. Acquire na என்ன? அப்படியே வாங்கிட மாட்டாங்க. They hire you. They actually make sure that you get an offer letter and you become part of the company. Am I right? Am I right, folks over there? Yeah? Right. Then what happens? They empower you. What is this whole concept of empowerment? How do employees get empowered? They get empowered because they obtain skills, they obtain great work-life integration. Work-life integration, remember that. Remember that term. I'm going to ask you about it at the end. And they also continue to grow. Finally, there is the 4th step that is called elevate. Elevation meaning you reach the height of your leadership, right? So, assess, acquire, empower, elevate. Can we say that again? Perfect. So now we are going to talk about assessment, right? So we have 45 minutes. I'm going to start off with Khan. Khan, when you are hiring for your company, Khan is the CEO of Merit Group. So we want to hear from the boss man with regard to how do you actually assess? What are those top 3 qualities that you look for in a candidate at the entry level for a job at Merit?
I think the first thing that I look for in a candidate is curiosity. I want people who are curious, who are interested, who will go beyond the curriculum and will go outside the curriculum and will show a little bit of initiative and a little bit of motivation. That's what I'm looking for in a candidate. I want that little spark of curiosity, of initiative. I want to see that they've gone beyond the curriculum. That's the first thing I'd look for. I would look for somebody who's working on communication skills. They don't need to be speaking the Queen's English, but they need to be moving in that direction. Whether we like it or whether we loathe it, we are in a global economy. And in 5 years' time, you will be on conference calls with people from Spain, with people from South America, with people from North America, with people from Eastern Europe. You will be on those conference calls. Yeah? So you need to work on that. As I say, I have enormous respect for Tamil, for the language, for the culture, for the depth of history that's in it. It's an absolutely beautiful historic language. You can have both. Like Finland, we've seen so many countries where they retain that unique cultural identity. You do not need to dilute that one iota. But you should also carry with that a willingness to engage in a global initiative. And if I can just finish on one thing, you are all extremely lucky. You were born in the right state, in the right country, at the right time in history.
Wow!
Yeah?
Wow, that's brilliant.
Can I just finish on one thing? When I was in school, we studied something called the Industrial Revolution. And that was around 1840, 1860, when the industrial, mechanized world came into its own. You are living in an industrial revolution. This IT revolution that we are seeing is unlike anything we have seen in possibly 200 years. You're lucky. Don't let it pass you by. Don't take it for granted. Show that initiative, show that curiosity, get into a global mindset, and the world is your oyster.
Super, super, fantastic. Big round of applause for that. Love your language, love Tamil, but learn English. Because English is going to be the way that you communicate with the rest of the world. If you're in a Zoom call, like Khan said, with Spain, or with Italy, or with the US, or Japan, or China, the one commonality is English, right? So my big takeaway from that spark of curiosity, இவங்க என்ன சொல்றாங்க என்ன பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னு ஒரு கியூரியஸா இருக்குது, that curiosity and the ability to speak good English, because that's going to take you to the next level. Great. Now over to Satish. Satish of RCG. So Satish will speak about his organization and also what are those things that he looks for when he is hiring somebody for his company. Over to you, Satish.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, I'm going to leave, or I'm going to start from where Con left. Curiosity is something that I picked up, right? I normally talk about two other C's, the creativity and collaboration, yeah? Our சொல்றது போல பாத்தீங்கன்னா, it's not just the English, right? It's about collaboration. And that's what he spoke about. In Zoom call, one in Spain, one in UK, one in US, one in India, you need to collaborate as a workforce. இன்னைக்கு நம்ம அதுதான் பார்க்கிறோம். If you technology wise, if you're talking about today, no individual works in a project. It is all what we call as scrum teams or agile teams or distributed agile teams. எந்த வேலை பண்ணாலும் குளோபலா ஒரு டீமோட தான் நீங்க ஒர்க் பண்ணுவீங்க. That's the future. No more saying நான் இந்தியால, சென்னையில, ட்ரிச்சில, மதுரையில நாங்க மட்டும் இங்க உட்கார்ந்து வேலை பண்றது கிடையாது. That's not how IT has evolved. Today IT has evolved across geographies. At the same time, நீங்க 3 பேர் உங்க டீம்ல இங்க இருப்பீங்க. There will be another 3 sitting on a virtual wall behind you. You will collaborate with all the 10 member, 8 members, what we call a scrum team in an IT industry, and you work. So that's why to doctor's question, what will I look at if I need to hire someone? I will look at someone who is very creative, curious. Don't let the child in you die. You should keep asking questions. Be creative. If someone is doing or taking 10 steps, for example, ஒரு ஃபோன் வாங்கணும் நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? யாராவது ஒருத்தர் குவிக்லி ஒரு மொபைல் ஃபோன் வாங்கணும் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க நீங்க? முதல்ல கம்பேரிசன், ஃபேண்டாஸ்டிக். மினி ஷாப்ஸ், ஓகே. சிம்பிள் திங். இப்போ இங்க உட்கார்ந்துட்டு ஒரு மொபைல் ஃபோன் வாங்கணும் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? ஆன்லைன் ஃபிளிப்கார்ட் போவீங்க, ஓகே. அதுல என்ன பாப்பீங்க? மாடல், அப்புறம் ரேட்டிங், ரைட்? பிரைஸ் பாயிண்ட்ஸ், will it suit me or not? Correct? That is the creativity. நம்ம காலத்துல நாங்க கிரேயார் இல்லாத போது காலத்துல எங்க சின்ன வயசுல we don't have choice. We didn't have online. We have to go to a shop, pick and choose. We didn't know if that will work for 2 years, 3 years or not. We will buy and come. Then we'll realize it doesn't work more than 1 year or 2 years. Yeah? But today you have options. That is what we call as creativity in the IT world. What options that you give to your customer. So when I go and hire someone like you in your university, I will look at how creative you are. I'm not going to look at உங்களுக்கு ஜாவா தெரியுமா, .NET தெரியுமா, mainframe தெரியுமா, கிக்ஸ், கோபால் தெரியுமா, ஒரு programming algorithm, if then else loop எழுதுவீங்களா? We will not check that. At least I will not check. That is anyway given today. இன்னைக்கு my daughter does Python for junior. She's in the 8th grade. She writes XML code for a web page, a simple landing static web page. So technology, like one Khan said, you are in the right place, in the right country, in the right state, in the right city. Yeah, that is given. அது நீங்க எல்லாமே படிக்கிறீங்க. But what we would look forward is how creative you are. And the technology use பண்ணி how do you solution to a customer's problem statement. And that you cannot do individually. How do you collaborate? நம்ம group study சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா யூனிவர்சிட்டி காலேஜஸ்லாம். Typically that. How do you do group work? Right? When given a task, I will assess you on, if given a task to you, how do you work few things by yourself, few with your team, few across teams, across geography. So these are 3 things that I will go ahead and check. Curiosity, creativity, and collaboration.
Super, super. Thank you so much, Satish. Kumar, over to you now. So I just loved what Satish said about the fact that when somebody comes there, they are going to look at, your skills, yes, but more than that, they are going to look at how curious are you, what do you know more, right? Secondly, how creative are you? ஒரு ரெஸ்யூமே எழுதுறதுல ரொம்ப கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி காமிக்க கூடாது. அது ஒரு சர்டன் ஸ்ட்ரக்சரோட தான் இருக்கணும். பட் அந்த ஸ்ட்ரக்சர்க்குள்ளவே நீங்க கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி காமிக்க முடியுமா? And finally, collaboration. Collaboration is really the only thing that creates huge organizations. We see many, many organizations outside of India. Same way within India, there are hundreds of companies that have done awesomely because of collaboration. I'm going to hand it over to Kumar of Dexian to speak about the fact that what are those qualities that you would probably look for, or what do you think makes a winner early career professional? Over to you, Kumar.
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, like I should say the 3 C's which they mentioned. I just wanted to pose a question here so that way it will be interactive. How many of you have checked our LinkedIns to see what the panels are look like?
Go ahead, put up your hands.
And you have the mobile phone, you have at least like some research. Few people. Good, thank you. And I can put it this way. You have to be creative, and they said you have to find your way to kind of get into that one, because that's the way we also know about you. So let me put it this way. Here, it's the open thing for all the young college grads, not for others. Connect with us, connect with me with the LinkedIn, and be creative in your expression. Send it to me. I can offer one of you here one job, but you have to find out, okay? That you have to earn it. So what I look at it, right, like the 3 C's which they mentioned, but I slightly modify into the ABCs of the values. The reason why I call it as ABC, let me put it adaptability, because in every situation, last 30 years, if you really look at the IT world, has changed a lot. Everything has changed. Slowly and slowly, new things have come out, new concepts have come out. So everyone who's there in the industry, they have to be adaptable. I keep learning every day, and so do all the people here. I know it's like every day the challenge is to learn, implement, and also keep learning. You have to unlearn certain things. Whatever your habits which were there, that you have to unlearn. So that means the adaptability is so key to be relevant in this industry. Otherwise, the shelf life is gone. So keep that one in mind. And that's way we also look at it as an employer. The second is bankable. Are you trustworthy? The values are very, very, very important. So this industry, which I can probably tell you why the value is important, all other industries which are working out within India, you are not branding the country. When you work on IT, most of the orders, the exports are more than the local consumption. So which means your work is not only the brand image for the company, what you work, but also for the country. So, and for the state which you are working. So it's very important that like you are bankable. The values, character, moral ethics, everything has to be 100% towards the best in the person. So you have to be that way. The third, of course, is the capability. You have to develop your skills, continuously improve the skills which they talked about, the communication, collaborations, and also all the technology stuff which are there. You have to be continuously on the run to kind of be creative to and curious to learn all those stuff. So if the ABC is there, and that assessment, we always look at it, and we look for such kind of a person, irrespective of like what kind of a ranks which they get it in the college. But those things are very important when you present during the interview.
Super, super. Thank you so much, Kumar. So you all heard about Con say that this is the right time, the right place, the right state, the right city. Whichever city you are in Tamil Nadu. He said that is the right place for you to be. One of the big things going for Tamil Nadu today is that it is among the best GCC target destinations for the country. GCC அப்படினா என்னன்னு தெரியுமா? யாருக்காவது தெரியுமா? Yes? Global Capability Center. GCC அப்படினாக்க Global Capability Center. யாருக்கெல்லாம் BPO னா என்னன்னு தெரியும்? Put up your hands. Whoever knows what is BPO. Okay. So some of you know what is BPO. BPO அப்படினாக்க Business Process Outsourcing. Great. Super. இப்போ அந்த BPO அப்படின்றது வந்து they look at the basics of outsourcing. They look at aspects where you can outsource some of the lower aspects of the work from a value perspective. But when you look at a GCC, when you look at a global capability center, that means you're looking at the higher end of the value chain, which means you're not playing only at the fundamental or the foundational aspects, you're playing actually at the transformational end of it. Now, one such company here in Tamil Nadu, which is doing amazing work in the GCC space, is Renault Nissan. And we have Lakshmi Kripa Jayaganesh, who takes care of talent development, who takes care of diversity, equity and inclusion, and that entire talent piece for Renault Nissan. So if you are to hire somebody for a GCC, what are the different things that you look for, Lakshmi Kripa? Other than, we all spoke about what we'd look for, in a person that we are hiring for a company. But for a GCC company, what are those differentials? Over to you.
Thank you, Doctor. If you would allow me, I would like to flip the question, right? Every market of job is a two-way street. So while all of us are answering here, what would we look in for young minds, students like all of you here? I would ask a different question that we usually check in our assessments. So இப்போ நம்ம இங்க எல்லாரும் இருக்கோம் இல்லையா, நீங்க எல்லாரும் படிக்கிறீங்க, உங்களோட காலேஜ்ல ஒரு கரிக்குலம் இருக்கு, உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கு, ஒரு கரியர் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கு. ஸோ சில சமயங்களில் we head on to do something which is just for our parents, for our friends. I see my fellow student, the one who studied with me, is pursuing this course. What we look in our conversations are very specifically, what are your aspirations? உங்களுக்குன்னு இருக்க ஒரு தனித்துவம் என்ன? உங்க அப்பா அம்மா உங்களை படிக்க சொல்லியிருந்திருக்கலாம், உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ்க்காக நீங்க படிக்கலாம், உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஜாயிண்ட் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்திருக்கும்னு. பட் அது உங்களை எந்த அளவுக்கு ஊக்கப்படுத்துது, உங்களுக்கும் அது பிடிச்சிருக்கா? ஸோ வி லுக் ஃபார் யுவர் யூனிக் ஆஸ்பிரேஷன்ஸ். வாட் இஸ் அட் த கோர் ஆஃப் யுவர் பேஷன்? நீங்க என்ன பிடிச்சு பண்றீங்க? அண்ட் த ஜேர்னி இஸ், நீங்க when doctor said each of us leads specific roles இல்லையா, when we realize this success, and the tipping point என்னன்னா, when passion converts to purpose. அதாவது நம்மளுக்குன்னு ஒரு அர்த்தம் கிடைக்குதுல, ஓகே நான் இந்த படிப்பு படிச்சேன், ஆனா இதை வச்சு எனக்குன்னு ஒரு உபயோகம் இருக்கு, and I am also able to transform and create results for the company that I work for. So in the passion and purpose, உங்களோட career interestல இருக்கு. So when we look for students, the first foundational element that we check for is the kind of aspirations that you carry and how you are able to draw that canvas with us. Because an organization like Renault Nissan Tech is an auto tech organization. We are the global capability center. Our work is in the cars that are made for India and even for the rest of the world. ஸோ நீங்கள் இங்கே ஜாயின் பண்ணும்போது உங்களுக்கு நிறைய எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் கிடைக்கும், பட் அது உங்களுக்கும் பிடிச்சிருக்கணும். ஸோ உங்களை ஒருத்தர் ஹையர் பண்ணுறாங்கங்கிறது இல்லை, அது உங்களுக்கு அர்த்தமானதாக இருக்கணும். ஸோ வி லுக் ஃபார் த ஆஸ்பிரேஷன் அண்ட் வி ஆல்சோ சி ஹவு டஸ் யுவர் பேஷன் அண்ட் பர்பஸ் ஃபிட் த ஸ்டோரி ஆஃப் வாட் வி ஹாவ் அஸ் அ விஷன். உங்களோட கோடிங், உங்களோட சர்டிஃபிகேஷன்ஸ் இதெல்லாம் நிறைய நீங்க எல்லாருமே பண்றீங்க, அண்ட் ஐ திங்க் வி ஷுட் தேங்க் த கவர்மெண்ட். Lot of initiatives, lot of certifications are made available to you, be it the Nan Mudalvan program, and lot of avenues are made available as part of your elective. But idiyum tandi, how open are you? How agile are you in learning different technologies, different domains throughout your career span? இதையும் நாங்க பாக்குறோம். சோ நீங்க ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, நீங்க வந்து ஸ்பெசிபிக் சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க உங்களோட அந்த ஒரு இன்டர்ன்ஷிப்லனா, we will also check for what has been the results, the kind of agility, the openness, the risk taking that you have seen in your curriculum. So these are the top two key caveats that we look for when we bring young minds to our organization.
Super, that's absolutely great. Team, I'm just going to ask a question before I go back to the panel. How many of us here want to get a job after we graduate? Please put your hand up. You can put it nicely up. Don't put it very weakly. Yeah. So, great, super. What about the rest of you? You want to study further after graduation? How many of you want to study further after graduation? Okay, super. How many of you want to get into a business or start your own business after graduation? Okay, excellent. Wonderful. Now I'm going to ask you a question before I hand it over to the panel. Do you know, and this is very, very close to what Lakshmi Kripa said about Renault Nissan actually assessing your aspiration. My question is, do you know how to present yourself in a matter of 1 minute? இதுக்கு பேர் elevator pitch அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Elevator pitch அப்படின்னா எவ்வளவு பேர் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க elevator pitch பத்தி? Okay, there are a few of you who have heard about elevator pitch. Elevator pitch அப்படின்னா, so what is an elevator? Lift, right? You find lifts in the malls, you find them in your college, you find them everywhere. Suppose you get into a lift at the ground floor and the boss of the company that you want to work for, he also gets into that lift at the ground floor. And you're now traveling with him to the 6th floor. You know that he's going to be with you in the lift for the 1 minute it takes for the lift to go from the ground floor to the 6th floor. What will you say to him about yourself, about your work, about what you know in the space of that 1 minute, which will make sure that he never forgets you and he possibly gives you a job? Now this is a very big question, and I want each of you, you don't need to do it now obviously, but I want each of you to work on this. It doesn't come easily. Elevator pitch கொடுங்க அப்படினா உடனே கொடுத்துற முடியாது. நீங்க அதுக்கு எழுதணும், உங்களை பத்தி எழுதணும். You have to have certain things about yourself that you'll have to write down, you have to rehearse it, you have to speak about it, you have to speak to people, you have to get corrections, and then you will perfect it so well that you don't need an elevator. You can go anywhere, and if you are to speak to somebody in a matter of 1 minute, you will be able to convince them. Please use this. Now, I spoke in the beginning about the 4 parts of this conversation: assess, acquire, empower and elevate. Now we are going to the empower and elevate piece. And I'm going to go to you. Yes, Con.
Yes,
I see you already have something to share.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on that point about the elevator pitch. It requires a little bit of bravery, a little bit of courage, and that's also what we look for. If you are collaborating with other people, you have 2 choices. First choice is I stay quiet. I don't want to ask, maybe they'll think it's a silly question. I don't want to say something in case I embarrass myself. That's your first choice. Or your second choice is to contribute. Ask a question, make a point. Go for the second one. Yeah? Don't sit there mute. Do get involved, collaborate, take a risk. And also with the elevator pitch, yeah, it's a really good idea. And it might be, I saw something really interesting about visual AI, the latest development in visual AI. It was an article that I saw. It could be something as simple as that the other person in the elevator thinks, okay, they know something about this. So just think about a way of something that you're interested in, that you have a passion for, that you can bring up in conversation. And it's a really good way to make a nice first impression without looking too obvious. But take a risk. Be brave in those collaboration sessions.
That's fantastic. Stay on that topic for a minute, Con. So when we speak about empowering, enabling and elevating people, so that means you have already hired somebody, they have gotten into the organization, and now we are looking at making sure that they begin a very sustained, successful career path. So, as a person enters into the organization and in the first couple of years, what are those skills which they should acquire, which will help them, get elevated, which will help them to do well in their career?
And to feel empowered. I think empowerment has a lot to do with confidence. That you feel empowered, you have to be, I think, confident. And therefore, you'll get that confidence from being diligent in your work, of course, and becoming really quite expert in whatever you've been asked to do. It might be a small, boring task, or it might be something sophisticated, but really commit to it and build confidence in that. And second thing is about learning. Don't wait for other people to teach you. Learning is a two-way street. Everybody in the job interview will say, I want to grow. Yeah? But there's also, you have a duty to do that, as well as the company or as well as your university. You've also got a duty to learn and to engage. Everybody provides great training programs. There is no company in Tamil Nadu that doesn't offer really solid training. But you've got to commit to that as well. And you've got to go the extra mile and show that interest, take part in those trainings. And then you build confidence, and then I think you feel empowered to contribute, to drive, to lead. That for me, they're the two big things, are confidence and then the skills.
Super. Thank you so much. Satish, I want to ask a slightly different question to you. So we all know that when you have young people enter into the organization, they bring very different values and cultures to the company. Now we all know that in the Indian workplace there are very different generational cohorts. So you have 3 or 4 generations that work in the same company. Do you know that? We all have different generations of people in our house. You have your grandparents, then you have your parents, you may have your uncles and aunts, and then there's you, and then there's a generation next to you possibly. It's the same thing in the workplace as well. You have very senior people who belong to a different generation, and then you have, generations that are younger and younger. And then there's your generation, which is the Zoomers. You are typically called the Gen Z, right? Now, I wanted to ask you, Satish, what are some of the things that you have seen both at RCG and in your own experience, which has helped the younger generation build that generational competence, be able to work very well with people of all generations? Could you speak a little bit on that?
Sure. Just a quick 5-second, I'm going to boast on, ours is a 50-year-old organization, right? And but I was in Manila up until this morning, 2 a.m. is when I landed. I have a team, in my own team, I have grandmothers and grandfathers. Yeah, so that old in the firm and by age as well. But if you look at it, they are in line in terms of capability, competency, curiosity, ABC, and all of those with the millennials today. Yeah? Now that doesn't happen overnight. Like what Khan said, you'll have to build that environment, right? Like what Lakshmi spoke about, right? How do you create that aspirational value in them to stay in line with what the industry wants and so on and so forth, right? So, but having said that, how do we do that, right? As HR professionals, as OD, L&D professionals, I think that's our challenge today. How can you make a firm or a set of employees do not feel that they are of different age categories, they are of different hierarchy in the organization, they are of different mindset in the organization, right? In HR Parliament, we call it appreciative inquiry and kind of see how can you bring them all on the same page. Samatvam solluvom, how do you bring them down together? Yeah, I think it's not easy. It has to be a practice. In IT parlance, we call them as one of the IT principles, 12 principles, agile organization create pannona, iterative and admari. The most important one in one of those practices is fail quick. Yeah, you'll have to fail quick. Now form a team where you have Gen X, Y, Z, millennials together. Now in one corner you will see some bright, wacky ideas that's coming in. To Khan's point and to your point, Doctor, the elevator pitch that I pick up is, I will go quickly check the Instagram story that my team has. Every morning, what is the story that you put in Instagram or your Facebook story? That says the mood at which my team is today. Mind you that today, everything is socially measured. Your performance is also socially measured in the organization. When I say that, it's no more manager giving feedback to the team or the team member giving feedback or feed forward to the manager. Right? Performance feedback today is social feedback. உங்களோட டீம்ல ஒரு 5 பேர் இருந்தாங்கன்னா, ஹே டாக்டர் நல்ல வேலை பண்ணுவாங்க, எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுவாங்க. கான் எனக்கு நேத்திக்கு இந்த சப்போர்ட் பண்ணாரு. That is the feedback that we gather in the performance appraisal system. Adukku, we start doing all of these social aspects as well. And knowing that is where you will draw up what we call as employee value proposition. That has to be fundamentally strong in any organization to say, irrespective of creed, caste, religion, geography, age, so on. So in fact, we hire people beyond 40, beyond 50. No age bar, right? It's a misnomer, right? IT la vandu you'll have to get campus appadina solluvaanga, but we go way beyond. You get different generations coming with different ideas, right? It's about an organizational ideology in the form of EVP that brings in all of these ethos together. Sorry, I'm picking this word from the previous panel, right? In bringing them together. Illana, it will still be, hey, ivangala chinna pasangalukku onnum theriyadu. Hey, ivar 30 வருஷமா இந்த கம்பெனில இருக்காரு, அவர் சொல்றத நம்ம பண்ணணும். We are gone off that age right now. Whether it's industrial era that what Con spoke about, whether in the digital era that we are talking about, age is not a criteria anymore. Anybody can bring in, if it's a proper value that's coming in, any changes that's coming in, it will be taken. Right? All the more reason, right? Same example that I gave, mobile phone. Or a Samsung foldable phone வாங்குவீங்களா இல்ல iPhone 15 Pro வாங்குவீங்களான்னு you will know it better. And there are very common nuances. Price point la similar தான் இருக்கும். இல்ல 1 + 12 Pro வாங்குவீங்களா. Right? But it is all depending on, at that point in time, what is the need that you have. At that point in time, what the organizational goal that we all chase as a team. Yeah, the base பண்ணி தான் the entire team dynamics would change. And we as individuals will have to create that environment irrespective of age, caste, creed, religion or whatever geography, right? That is the key.
Super. Thank you so much. Kumar, over to you. We spoke about various things. We spoke about, the whole elevator pitch. How do you really make that impression? We spoke about the fact that generational differences shouldn't matter. To you, I'm going to ask, you have offices across the globe. You have, offices of Nexian in Brazil. You have it in the US. You have it in, various other parts of the world. How do you think the cultural intelligence has to be developed? இப்போ இவங்களெல்லாம் பார்க்குறப்போ ஒரு global knowledge of what is happening around the world, அதை வந்து எப்படி develop பண்ணிக்கலாம்? What are your answers to that?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. So, I'll start with the concept. In our company, we always say this one. Clear the fogs, which means you need to get the support from the fogs. So then the picture becomes clearer. So the fog, I mean, here is like kind of, if you really look at it, family, organization, government, and the society, all four has to work together. The Tamil Nadu has an ecosystem for that way, because the first thing which I would start with the government. The most important thing is, if you really wanted to make a tech talent in Tamil Nadu, it has to go 360 degree, not just like kind of picking up at the higher studies and finding out the talent from the higher studies and then make sure that like only 5 to 10% gets into that one. So what the government has achieved over a period of time, it starts with the early education with the noon meal scheme or the midday meal scheme or the breakfast scheme. It starts with nourishing the people so that the health of the child is so good so that they can get into the next level of learning. Even in Tirukural we say, செவிக்கு உணவில்லாத பொழுது சிறிது வயிற்றுக்கு மியப்படும். So which means that like you start with the food for thought, and then you elevate to the next level, which is basically putting the knowledge into somebody's mind. If the empty stomach is there, it's not going to work out. So they understood that one, build that one. The next level, which is like I always look at it from the family side. The Tamil Nadu has the most wonderful family structure. It is always goes that way. Every kid, not only at the family level, they like get supported to go to the office. I've seen in my office, like kind of people, especially the girl child, traveling from, say, Tirunelveli, Madurai, and deep south, Sivagasi. They stay in some paid guest houses and things like that, and still they work. They work in the night shift. A girl child working in a night shift is something which we cannot hear 30 years back. But it's happening now. So which means the society, government and the family all supporting to come into that next level. Organizationally, we can provide a lot more support when there is a support available everywhere. Otherwise, what happens just with the organization, it will be a lip service say that like, okay, I will give you all those things, can you come? Nobody will take that opportunity, but here I see that one. So as a Tamil Nadu general ecosystem, compared to all other places, I can say it's far greater than, especially the security of a person walking in. I don't need to worry too much when I send a girl child back home after the night shift. So that level of protection is available. Then it's all about like how to empower and elevate the person, including giving the atmosphere within the organization. And a lot of learnings which are there, part of this overall study, and put them into a place wherein that they acquire that knowledge. And if the fearless society and if they don't have the empty stomach, they always acquire the knowledge because that's the next level. But trust me, only one thing here, which we started with that one. All these things, the entire ecosystem is providing. The student community should not take it as a privilege and become lazy. They have to take this as a responsible person because so many people are putting their efforts. I also need to put my effort to go to the next level.
Absolutely. I loved the concept of FOGs. Family, organization, government, society. Now, Lakshmi Kripa, the question to you, which I've been dying to ask since the beginning of this panel. You lead diversity, equity and inclusion for Renaissance. Now we know, and you know the panel before us also spoke about the fact that there were more than 50% of women right here in this audience itself. Now can you talk a little bit about the value of DEI, you know, the value of diversity, equity, inclusion. இந்த மூணு வார்த்தையை ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. உங்க கெரியர் பூரா நிறைய தடவை நீங்க இதை கேள்விப்பட்டுட்டே இருப்பீங்க. இது வந்து எல்லா கம்பெனிக்குமே முக்கியமான ஒரு எஜெண்டா, DEI agenda, right? So Lakshmi, what does Renaissance do, you know, to make sure that women are really supported, enabled, empowered and elevated? Over to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, Doctor. And I think we all feel the pleasure to answer this to Dr. Soundarya, being the founder of India's #1 influencer in women careers. Thank you, Dr. Soundarya, for helping us go the extra mile as a country, because we all need a reference point to do better. Now, to all of us at Renault Nissan Tech, we have a very strong commitment in diversity, equity and inclusion. And when I say that, there is an innate DNA in our organization where we propel respect, equity and dignity. This is a code of inclusion that we have across our organization. So what we have been able to do over the last 15 years is, especially in the software and the technology division, we hire closer to 50% of our young graduates as women. That's a key measure for us. And across the levels of our organization in software and technology, more than 33% of our workforce are women. And இது எப்படி நடந்ததுன்னா, every time an individual agnostic of gender, we want to have clarity and choice. And we also want to know whether the employer who we plan to work with is a safe place to work for. So as an organization, we have zero tolerance to harassment. And we are having a very clear commitment on sexism. So everybody, we have this idea that எனக்கு இந்த வேலை கிடைக்கல ஏனா because of my gender. So we are playing it really to the forefront that we are an equal opportunity employer. So our hiring has already gone across tier 2, tier 3 towns of Tamil Nadu. So traditionally, year on year, more than 60% of our young graduates come from cities which are non-metros. And இது பெரிய ஒரு welcoming move. ஏன்னா we have the richness of premier institutes across every expanse of Tamil Nadu. And I think we should also look at the move taken by TN for all other IT parks that are going to come for the southern belt of our state. So that's going to bring an enormity of growth. Now, women in tech ங்கிறது ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு topic. Every employer is looking at that. Yeah, this is not an equal level playing field. So every employer does a focused, undivided effort to make it a equity, a kind of a level playing field for both the genders. This exactly is what is happening in Renault Nissan Tech. So சில பேர் 0ல ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றோம், சில பேர் accelerated 30th point, 50th pointல ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றோம். So அந்த ஒரு கேப்பை bridge பண்றது தான் இந்த whole scheme of women in tech இருக்கு. So we ensure we collaborate with Avatar in the Putri project to look at women graduates who are there in schools, to incubate them, and we also work alongside in our organization in attracting young women. Once you join us, there is a dedicated forum of women in tech that will help you to continuously upskill, because our work is in deep tech, be it artificial intelligence, cloud technologies, machine learning, not just for India, across the globe. So உங்களுக்கு கண்டினியூஸா ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்கும் to get multi-skilling throughout your time of career, and you also get peer-to-peer mentoring, because many times we feel we are lost. So நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, எனக்கு clarity இல்ல. Whenever I felt lost, I really looked in for somebody in the organization. எனக்கு அப்ப இத சொல்லிருந்தாங்கன்னா நான் டிஃபரெண்டா பண்ணிருந்திருப்பேன். So the power of having a role model within the company, an influencer in the company is the key. So நீங்க எல்லாரும் படிக்கிறீங்க இல்லையா காலேஜ்ல, உங்க ப்ரொஃபசர் கிட்ட நீங்க போய் கேக்குறீங்கல்ல, நான் இத என்ன பண்ணட்டும், I am in doubt. So on the self doubt வரும்போதெல்லாம் there is a clear need of having a role model, an influencer. So இதுக்கெல்லாம் as a employer, we do the avenues to bring such mentors, key role models and influencers in our organization. And we also have specific forums on equip her in IT. Super. This is a constant area. One another point, doctor, we also see in our empowerன்ற வார்த்தையில நீங்க ரிசர்ச் பண்ணீங்கன்னா a lot many times there are derailers. நம்ம career graphல நம்ம career விட்டு போகும்போது நிறைய loss யாருக்கு இருக்குன்னா womenக்கு இருக்கு. So either they get married or they kind of withdraw because எனக்கு interest இல்ல, I have my domestic responsibilities. So நம்ம நிறைய sees Con and every other person has been speaking about creativity, curiosity, but there is also another C of caring, cooking. So இதெல்லாம் womenக்கு இருக்கிறதுனால we also have a very clear second career program for women, which is called Back on Wheels, and we also give them the kind of program with Ken Blanchard to help them accelerate. So on the self doubt பயங்கள்லாம் போக்குறதுக்கும் we have a very clear developmental initiative. So I think this is a full spectrum.
No, this is just fantastic. Thank you so much, Lakshmi Kripa. We are out of time. I'm just going to ask for closing comments from each of you. Just one thing you want the audience to take away. I'll start with you, Lakshmi. What would you like to say? Just one word you want to leave with the audience. Over to you.
I think I want the audience to remember that this is the decade. So please upskill yourself, adopt to all new technologies and explore the world.
Fantastic. This is the decade. Remember that. Decade illa, decade. So adukku thaganda madri equip yourselves. Yes, over to you, Kumar.
Yeah, it's what Khan said, it's very true. This is a state where you have lots of opportunities, and GCC is there. Our company like services and staffing companies are there, and there's the services companies which are out here, product companies are there, SaaS companies are there. It's all you need to do is learn and join any one of these streams where you have the passion, what Lakshmi has said.
Absolutely. So there is lots of opportunities. If you just want to join, nothing can stop you. That's what Kumar says. Over to you, Satish. Yeah.
Just a simple thing, whatever you do in any walk of what we just spoke about, bring your authentic self. Don't do something because someone had asked you to do something. You want to get into startup, there is a startup TN, go to the stall, you get some brilliant ideas out there. Yeah? You want to go join a GCC, you heard what Lakshmi said. You want to join IT services, Kumar and I are there, right? You want to get into setting up something, right? Getting into some assessments and other stuff gone on there, right? So, உங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணணும்னு தோன்றதோ, do that, right? Don't try to camouflage, don't try to switch because for now I will do this, then I will do this. No. That's what we, in our world, we say, bring your authentic self into whatever you are doing. That will help you go a long way.
Super. Thank you so much, Satish. Over to you, Con.
I just say that we are in a very equal industry. The IT industry, I think, is one of the most equal, egalitarian places you can be. You just work hard, you apply yourself, you stretch yourself, you will go really, really far. We don't see much bias in terms of religion, caste, any of that. It's really a very egalitarian industry. So it's up to you to do your best. There is opportunity if we have blind spots. Like Lakshmi was saying, we're 45% of our staff are female. Out of my 7 senior leadership team, 5 are women, and they're the top jobs. So it's a very equal industry. So grab the opportunity, put your best into developing yourself, working on your confidence, work on your empowerment, and you will go really, really far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was just a most brilliant summary of everything. Big round of applause to the audience. To the audience, clap for yourself so that you can do amazing stuff in your lives as you go ahead. Back to you at the conclusion of this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that fantastic, phenomenal panel. Before we do, in fact, draw the session to a close, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Priya to present our speakers and our moderator with mementos of the occasion. I have to say, when a panel discussion begins with a mind-bending interaction and then we're reminded of our time in history, I think we can all agree that this panel discussion has kind of been a step-by-step guide, right, to an amazing career ahead, what you need to know, how you need to prep yourself. And of course, I do have to extend my hearty thanks to all of the speakers on stage for showing us how to make that name for ourselves within the tech landscape, and what an impactful panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speakers, our panelists, and our moderator, of course, for charting a fantastic course ahead. Truly, after this, I'm sure I can speak for everybody and say that, we are truly inspired as we navigate the path that we foresee. We've kind of seen how we can unlock the untapped possibilities, how we can shape the future for not just ourselves, but the landscape of technology and entrepreneurship as well. Ladies and gentlemen, an exciting panel. With that, we draw the session to a close, extending once again a hearty thanks to all our panelists. With that, we now break for lunch, but before we do, in fact, take your leave from our on-stage proceedings, I'd like to remind you that our next session begins at 2:30, so please do join us back here for an exciting session that is going to be truly, truly impactful, just as this one has been. It's going to be on data-driven businesses in BFSI, manufacturing and logistics industries. Of course, we've got a distinguished panel once again taking to our stage. So if I may please do request all our students, delegates to join us back here at 2:30 so we can begin our next session. Of course, let me also take the opportunity to remind you that we have an exciting valedictory ceremony happening right after. So we would love to begin on time with your complete attention and presence. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause, extending thanks and congratulations to our speakers. Thank you once again for joining us here at Umagine TN 2024. We look forward to seeing you here at 2:30 for our upcoming session.
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. To Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, your vision, and enlightening panel discussions. Explore a world of experience opportunities, where visionaries converge, technologies Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, to drive Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance and digital services that transform industries. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu Tech. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation.
Good afternoon,
is the heartbeat
everyone.
Of Tamil Nadu.
Thank you so much for joining us back here in time. We'll wait for a few more of us to walk in. Those who are in the corridor, if I may please to request you to join us within the hall. We begin our next session, which is the last and final session for the day, following which we have an exciting valedictory ceremony as well. Before we do begin the session, if I may please request everybody in the hall to switch your phones to silent mode. Umagine TN 2024, ladies and gentlemen, has been very exciting. We've seen a whole lot of interesting panel discussions, fireside chats, conversations, keynote addresses. And while we kind of step into that, our upcoming panel discussion is going to be focusing on unlocking new avenues of efficiency to drive strategic decision making. It's an exciting session. And before we begin, I'd like to invite all our students and delegates to join us within the hall. Thank you. We also have in this session, just as the previous sessions, distinguished panel members who are going to be taking to the stage, sharing their valuable insights. So before we do, in fact, begin the session, I'd like to invite our students and delegates to join us within the hall. For everybody who's seated at the back, if you'd like to move ahead, then we've got a lot of empty chairs for you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a session that is focused on data-driven business in BFSI, manufacturing and logistics industries. As we begin the session, if I may request our delegates and students to please do make their way from the corridor inside the hall. Thank you.
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu.
This session, ladies
We
and
nurture
gentlemen,
ideas.
has a panel discussion that focuses on the exploration within the realm of data analytics and its transformative potential across critical sectors. We're also going to have an opportunity to witness our speakers showcasing intricate ways in which data insights can revolutionize operations, optimize processes, and elevate customer experiences. As we begin this session, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage our panelists and speakers with a loud round of applause from the audience. Starting off with Ms. Arsha, General Manager and Product Delivery, AP Moller Maersk, who is, I think, someone who's known for her strategic acumen, ensuring seamless operations, contributing to the establishment's prominence when it comes to the shipping and logistics industry. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Ms. Arsha to join us on stage. Welcome, ma'am. We also have with us, joining us on this panel, Mr. Senthil Nathan Natarajan, who is the head of Macro and Data India, Wells Fargo. He is a seasoned professional, driving data-centric strategies, and of course, his leadership contributes to Wells Fargo's success when it comes to their financial services. A loud round of applause as we extend our warm welcome. Our next speaker in this panel is Mr. Shardul Chauhan, Business Head, India and APAC Latent View Analytics, who's known as a key figure when it comes to shaping analytics solutions. We're also happy to let you know that his strategic vision drives Latent View's success in providing cutting-edge analytics services across India and the APAC regions. And to round up our panelists on stage, it is my pleasure and privilege to invite Mr. Santana Krishnan Ramabhadran, Vice President Analytics Consulting, Tiger Analytics. Of course, a loud round of applause for Mr. Santana Krishnan, who leads analytics consulting, and his expertise ensures Tiger Analytics remains at the forefront of delivering innovative data solutions, contributing to the establishment's success, especially in the field of analytics consulting. Well, our stage is all set. We've got our speakers, and with that, I'd like to hand the floor over to them. Ladies and gentlemen, a session focusing on data-driven businesses in BFSI, manufacturing, and logistics industries. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me all? All right, wonderful. All right. Thank you, NASCOM, for organizing this wonderful event. And to start this session, I'll start from a quote from Clive Humby, who said that data is new oil, but if it is unrefined, it is of no use, no value. And data analytics, it is the science of collecting and processing data and generating business insights out of it. Now, how is it used? Executives, they use these insights and foresights out of this data to unlock new revenue streams, to augment their customer experience, boost productivity, efficiency, and manage risks. And they take myriads of strategic decisions every day. And with this, I would like to open up it to my panel members here. So I think first question which I would like to start with is, for this audience, how would you like to say what is data analytics and how is it used, and maybe if you can provide certain examples?
Let me take that. I think as we were walking in, we saw that quite a few of the audience are students, right? And data analytics and AI is one of the top interests. In fact, I was standing by the huge agenda board, and pretty much every finger was pointing to the AI-related sessions. So data and AI-related sessions, right? So now in this session, we talk about analytics, but what is analytics, right? Analytics AI represents a spectrum, right? Like there is data, people talk about business intelligence, then we talk about investigative analytics, insights, AI. All of this is almost like the way you do your engineering or any of your programs, right? All the way, it's almost like starting with first year to finishing your fourth year, if I were to give it that way. But just to give some examples, right? When we look at from global business perspective, we can go into different directions. But so that all of us here can relate, let us say you go to a retail store and you see every item that you're buying is getting scanned. Now that is data. That will go and sit somewhere in some kind of a data warehouse. But you can analyze patterns from there. Which customers, if you give a phone number, is there a particular, who are my most valued customers? And how are their purchase patterns different? Now you may say that the corner store whom you know, that person knows each and every customer. But if you go to a Reliance retail or some kind of a retail outlet, that person may not always know the customer. But when you look at the data and with the customer ID, phone number or whatever it is, then you can establish trend who are still the valuable customers. So that is one example. Similarly, you can think about for banks. Or you're a student, you took like a student loan, you repaid it on time. Then when you're getting into a job, they could offer some kind of a two-wheeler loan or something like that, right? Like you can actually establish better customer experience you can deliver. So that is one way to look at how data and analytics personally impacts individuals, right? So probably what I will do is I'll request Senthil and Arshia also to give some examples that all of us can relate to, and then we continue the conversation with additional points, right?
Thanks, that was a great introduction. I was explaining to my fellow panelists that before these names like big data analytics came, financial institutions generated a lot of data. The main issue we had is we were probably very good at generating that data for our own requirements, for things like simulation, which we need for our risk measurement. It was very difficult to, hey, how do you consume that data and how do you present that to people? We had to come up with our own solutions with existing tools, right? We did it, but it was a lot more complex to do when we had to do all that by ourselves. Our expertise was more in generation of that data. That's where we were focused on. We could have gotten some help back then to go and say, hey, how do I consume it? How do I present it? What are the patterns? And that can help in risk measurement. Those evolved later. So financial institutions generated a lot of data in the initial stages. Like Santha was saying, every transaction we do with banks, which is a lot in the last 20 years, is a piece of data. And what can you do? There are two ways to look at it. One way is how to provide better customer experience, which is kind of predictive analytics to see where would you go next, what will you do. Second, for a financial institution, risk management and fraud prevention is also a key factor in there. So what are the patterns of those behavior that you don't want? It helps you to prevent those bad behaviors, which again, ultimately results in good customer experience. So financial institutions have been always dealing with it. It's great that we have all these tools now.
Thank you. So I'd just like to ask, how many of you in the room are wearing Levi's jeans today? Anyone? Yeah. So I come from an organization where we ship and bring all these retail goods to you. Apart from retail, all other goods we carry. So now you must be wondering, what is data and analytics doing here? On a regular, normal day, right, we have ships carrying another. And there is this very important trade route called the Suez Canal. I'm sure you all know. So that's a very prime trade route because entire logistics and global trade, they carry about 30% of the trade there, which means that, 70 ships sail in the Red Sea on a daily basis and transport goods. And why is it so important? It carries more than 1 trillion worth of goods which travel in that route. When it was all going smooth, something very different happened on the 23rd of December last year. Anyone knows what happened? Houthi attack, right? So it was very unfortunate that we had this Houthi attack where, it was an attack on the entire maritime traffic and vessels were stuck. And it was a huge business loss both for the customers. The repercussion was there's a delay of transit time by 3 weeks. then huge transportation cost, if at all, fuel cost when the ship has to go through another route. If the same situation had occurred, say, 5 or 10 years back, it would have been a very different scene that the business would have come to stand still. But thanks to the amazing tech landscape and, computing power being increased and data being visible and AI models, immediately we could invoke a plan B where, we could have a route optimization model, AI model is there, which could immediately tell, okay, if not the Red Sea, which is the other most optimal route? So the ships got diverted through the Cape of Good Hope, Africa, and that is one. And from the customer's angle, everybody knows this is the situation, but what best we could do is, we could give the customers where the ships were, okay? We could give them a complete visibility of, we have a real-time cargo visibility, which was again an AI, model that is developed. So customers were well informed of the situation. So of course, yeah, it was impacted, there will be loss, but the panic was less and things did not come to standstill. So it is inevitable, everybody has to have, understanding of data. We have to, so that's the importance of, a recent use case I thought you'll be able to relate. And apart from that, I'm sure you all hear about the Gen AI, right? Chat GPT, Gen AI, which is the talk now. So we had another recent use case where the major challenge today across organizations are facing is improving customer experience. So we get about more than 2 million queries every month that we have to handle. And that takes any medium to tough query, takes about 5 to 7 minutes to resolve. Now with Gen AI, we have this assisted agents where they will go into the, all the systems. If there is a query from the customer, they can go and fetch the query and also help in writing emails. Okay, this means a huge amount of productivity improvement is there. You can imagine in a complete, you can take the DLF office where a floor is entirely working on answering the queries that can no longer be done by, it need not be done by humans. They can work on much better value add, things. So the complete workforce nature changes. So that's how Gen AI plays a major role in the industries. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just like to add, so in analytics, I think it is taking a prominent role in the business strategy for many businesses. And in many boards, I think the head of analytics, they have a seat there as well, which was not there a few years back. So people who are actually planning to get into analytics or who are already there. So there is a lot of career options out there. And you can have a long runway if you are thinking of a long career in analytics. All right, so I would come to the next question. So I think many of us make that mistake that we focus on building solutions, data analytics solutions. And then there is another facet of data analytics which we come across is adoption. So if we can talk about if we can share certain stories around adoption, and if you can say that what governance or mechanisms you have incorporated in your organizations to drive adoption, I think that will be good story.
So what we do is in our organization, one is about developing the solution. The way we try and adopt is, I think any of you can use, you need to become, how many of you are interested in technology and who are, I see a lot of students here. Anyone who is interested in programming, data, analytics, can you just lift your hands? So what do you plan to do? Sorry? Okay, where do you work? Sorry? Okay, so you work in the data space or it's more of... Okay. So how close you work with your business? Okay, so today, I think there's a need of mind shift, shift in the mindset. Earlier we used to, develop a lot of products and then we realized that the business is hardly using it. So what we, kind of coach and guide teams are, how do you closely sit with the business? First, try and understand the way you will be able to improve whatever you spend hours together in developing your product, right? End of the day, it has to be used by a consumer. So you have to wear a different hat and see what problem you're trying to solve for the consumer, okay? So what helps us, so in the initial stages, even before we go to the coding part, we sit with the business, try and understand the customer journey, okay, the end-to-end customer journey, where do they start, whether it's a happy flow, whether it's a sad flow. So whenever there are unhappy flows, we try and understand and bring them along with you, okay? So that way you will be really able to sell your product better and they know that you are here to solve their problem. So that's where that needs a huge mind shift change. That's what I would like.
For us, again, the financial services was ahead of the game, I would say. In some areas of trading, going back to like what Arshia said, in some parts of finance, and it's not even governance anymore for us. It's straight adoption because technology and the business have merged. Going back to your answer, it used to be way separate. Now, for us, especially in the space where I work, technology is the finance business. If I don't have that technology application, there's no business. Algorithmic trading is an example where the software developer is the business person. Or that there's no two separate people. And the only way they two cannot talk to each other is I'm not talking to myself is the only option over there, right? So going back to again what Asha said, in cases where that is, there's no independent application of software development, right? If your software doesn't have any bugs, can anyone guess what's happening to that software? It's in a deep freezer somewhere. No one is using it, right? So our adoption model is in some cases, whether it is data analytics or other technology, but more around data and AI, it is the breadwinner for us. It is the breadwinner for us. Without that, a large chunk of our business, which used to operate differently, will not work anymore. So we are going head on with make it part of our business. It's not separate anymore. That's the financial service industry adoption.
I'll probably just recap some of the important points that both Senthil and Arshia mentioned. One is, a lot of us use products that have data analytics and AI built in. If you look at any product, it has multiple components. It's almost like a car, right? Like you have almost like so many parts that come together. Each part makes a particular, it kind of fulfills a particular purpose. So the same kind of thing can be applied for data and analytic based product also. What is the problem you are solving for the end user by each and every feature? For example, a lot of us use the restaurant ordering apps, right? Like you have all the food, be it the Swiggy or whatever you use. Now, one of the most important feature is, where is your food, right? Somebody is about to pick up, or you reach in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, accordingly you change your plan, whether to step out or go pick up somebody else from your friend from a place or so. All of these you can solve. This is an extremely important feature. So now that can be enabled, right? How do they calculate how much time it will take? That's an extremely user important feature, right? So one way is to think about increasing the use or adoption, as it is called, of any product, whether it is data analytic product or anything that we're building. It's not just for analytics, AI products, even for if you're creating, let us say you create a new electric vehicle, even for that, what are the different components, what are the various uses of the end user that you are really solving for? That becomes an extremely important point. The second important aspect, and I think Senthil talked about, and I will just highlight that, is you can say, oh, I will solve all the needs of a particular user. Then sometimes it becomes a very long project. It becomes 2 years for you to develop something that even can be used by the first user. Nowadays, there is a lot of focus on agile. You keep hearing about this called agile development, which means we first develop something that what is called as a minimum viable product, which is the first release of a product that has some critical features that users can start using, get the benefit, and then start providing the feedback. And the feedback could be, like Senthil said, it could be a function that is not working as expected. That is also a very good input because the developers, the AI developers, modelers can go and fix that. And they may not have anticipated, sometimes it is not like it is not even working. It is working, but it is giving unintended results. Like what we see, sometimes Arshia talked about GenAI models, right? Sometimes it gives results that are not very appropriate. So that feedback helps get the product better, but you're not waiting to get the product in the hands of the user forever. So it's almost like iterative development, call it agile, or participative development design. It's also called in certain areas, it's called participative design, where the end user is also part of developing the product by getting involved in the development process. The development process goes through multiple cycles and the product gets much, much richer rather than sitting in some lab, developing it 2 years and then putting out and then figuring out that it is not meeting the customer requirements. So both of this is important. Solve for user needs. Second is iterate by building features one step at a time so that people start using and giving the feedback and already getting used to the product.
So a great data analyst is also a very great marketeer. Okay, so when you build a solution, you need to go out to your stakeholders, socialize your solution. Okay, and then you hear them out, you incorporate that feedback. And I think very often we associate analytics as a very technical or technology oriented roles, and we forget that there is a marketing angle to it as well. I'll move on to the third very important pillar of data analytics, which is skilled workforce. And the demand of skilled workforce is ever growing, and it's growing at an exponential pace. And if you are a hiring manager, I'm sure you can understand the challenges of hiring, onboarding, and training and engaging, and at the end of the day, retaining that talent. Right? So to my panel members, I would like to understand, how do you ensure that you have the right number, right quality, and the right skill set across levels in your organizations?
This is a very good question. We talked about data analytics, AI. World is moving at a great speed in that direction, right? People are talking about, now we are already there where a chip has been implanted in the brain. So you don't know whether it's the human thought being acted on, it's already getting a brain hack, right? That is really where the world is moving. Now, when we look at talent is a supply chain. I think we can look at talent as a supply chain. It takes, maybe 17, 18 years for a child to go through the development and be ready to take up a first job if at all possible, right? Which is the bachelor's milestone. So that's a supply chain, right? Of course, parents and teachers and all the friends and family are all shaping that supply chain. If you can take a very simple view of it. Now, when you come out of that supply chain has a certain process, which is your curriculum, education curriculum and whatnot. But how is that curriculum in tune with a world that is moving fast? It's almost like people talk about in the universe, light travels at the greatest speed, but the universe is expanding beyond the speed of light. So you can never reach there. So that problem can occur here also. However, I think that is where we see a lot of hope, and I think we were catching up in the side room. There is a lot of, for example, this event is a great example of how a government realizes that, hey, this is an area where we need to do something, brings together industry, students, other industry practitioners together and saying, hey, let us at least hear the thoughts. Second step is, how do you make sure that these developments are made available to the educators? For example, some of the stuff that I have done I did Fortran Pascal in my engineering programming, right?
hey, no, photon Pascal is like, of course, still used, but you'd be looking like you're in a museum if you say you work on photon Pascal, right? But today, whether it is a Python or whatever you need to use, that feedback and signal has to go to the educators, because even educators might have already been facing that some of what they learned is not current. So industry can provide that signal so that some amount of that catching up entry-level talent can be made more ready as they step in, but that may still not be enough, especially what Arshay was saying. The technical aspect may be covered. How do you train them on the business problem solving skills? And I think there is a whole lot of stuff. You talked about good flow, sad flow. These are all very concepts of how do you solve a problem. And that problem solving, if you go down to commonsensical aspect, it is very similar how we even solve our own personal problems. You have methodically analyze what part you can control, what part you cannot control, who should I talk to, sit down with the user, understand what they're trying to solve, then bring all these technical tools together and solve for it. This problem solving is one aspect that comes with experience, which is where industry experience is important. But industry and academia, government bodies handshaking and taking the signals to upgrade the curriculum, if not exactly the same speed as which the data analytics and AI is moving, it's some reasonable catch-up speed is the only way. I mean, we need to keep working on it. That's how I would put it.
Thank you. When I was studying photon Pascal, long time back, even then it was useless, okay? The world has already moved on, but we were studying photon Pascal. The industry feedback, as Santana mentioned, is very important. Otherwise, educators wouldn't know what to go and train. I'm very actively involved in campus recruitment for organization. I see a lot of variation. Some are still teaching only C, and I don't know why, but even some of our premier institutions are still with only C programming. And I don't know, that's their choice. Some are going into Java. Some suddenly have introduced AI course also. So it's a little bit, it's not very standard. The educator, in my opinion, can only do that much in a classroom setting. Problem solving compared to like when I studied, when there was no internet, no mobile and all that stuff, then you have to rely only on books and human beings. In the connected world, for the students, what I would like to say is, yes, that education you are getting in the classroom probably sets you on the basics. There are so many world problems out there in the internet now. You don't need anyone. You can just go and get used to that problem solving, and that is going to help you a lot in the career, because as employers, that's what we are looking for. Do you have the skill to do that thinking? And we don't need thinking out of the box. We just need thinking, right? And that the internet has connected everything together. From our organization point of view, we are actually going out to institutions where it's not that we are going to hire from. As a give back mechanism itself, we have gone there and then we are saying, this is what we want, and we will come and teach you, and then see what's the impact. So there's a lot of activity by industry happening. But for the students over here, my opinion is you don't have to wait. There's enough out there. Just go learn the problem solving part.
Thanks. Yeah, just to add to what you said right now, learning coding is the most easiest thing, okay, I would say. I teach at Great Lakes. I mentor the data science students, and I have a student who have worked in different industries for 10 years, 15 years, who've been in the admin. I've also had students who come from army and learn coding. So learning coding with the amount of resources we have is not a big thing. And you have ChatGPT, you have GitHub to write your codes. All we need in the market or in organizations is problem thinkers. I mean, think, where is the problem? If we want solution finders, we need people to think in a logical way and wear the hat of the consultant. So that is where, we want to move. Like I said, it's very easy to do coding, but especially though there are these words like AI, data, data visibility, but I think it's all about addressing or solving a problem, and the skills that we look for and any organization looks for is the aptitude to learn. So once you have that willingness to learn, today you have one technology and tomorrow you have another technology. We just saw this, through ChatGPT, how at the rate of it changes. And learning also is not an issue, but just that, having that mindset of being close to the customer, wear different thinking hats, and design thinking is one concept that we have implemented where we want to sit with the business and understand the problems and solve the problems. Thanks.
Thank you, Arshia. I think I'll like to come to another very important facet of data analytics, which is risk. Right? So AI itself is a very neutral thing, and though it is still can be classified under boon and a bane both. Now, and if you can talk about how the risk is evolving, what are those new threat agents which are coming up, and what kind of mitigation factors are you taking care so that you can manage your business risks?
While the most common we know about this identity threat, this phishing, etc. One thing which we have is day in and day out, our technology teams, we come up with different models, be it, customer churn model, or we have this upselling models. And based on this, see, 8-10 years back in our organization, decisions were made on the table which was very less fact-based. But now decisions are made more on data and models. So the biggest risk is if there is, if the data model gives inaccurate results, then your whole decision goes wrong. I would like to state with this Amazon example that we had, there was a case that happened, a few years back where they had this hiring model. So it started selecting only male candidates. Okay, male CVs were shortlisted. But then when this was a trend and a pattern, when they went and looked into it, they found out that there was this word called women's rugby team, which was underscored according to the the model. But what happened was the model kept picking women. So if there is a woman who studied, a female candidate who studied in a women's college, it will remove that. So it was a complete biased model, and this could have led Amazon into a big a lawsuit also. It could be like a bias and a discrimination. So when so many decisions are taken, we need to be very careful to understand how accurate the model has to be, because investments are made, workforce are being recruited, based on models and data. So I think that's something which we need to be very careful and have the right POCs tested for quite a time, and adjust your models accordingly.
Adding to that, which is where is there going to be really job losses? I don't know, because someone has to sit there and have to validate, right? We attended a quantum computing session, that's adding another completely different dimension. Putting all these together, the key factor to understand is the compute power in the last few years has increased tremendously, right? It's just growing leaps and bounds, which is pushing the boundaries of, okay, what is possible or what was impossible is becoming possible. But going back to Arshiya's point, like, how are you verifying? Like, in the financial services, certainly we have this process called reconciliation. And then some of our operations folks will come and say, how do you know the reconciliation is working? Can you write a reconciliation? Then it's just an endless loop, right? Where do you stop? So there has to be some verification. For us, the markets are there as a verification. But if everyone adopts that, can that error happen in the market? Also possible, but we are not at that stage. So there are verifications mechanism available. It is a new area, and it will carry its own risk, like the situation Arshia mentioned. Those things are bound to happen. We have to live with it and come out of it. I come from the age where there was, when I started my career, no ATM, no computerized banking and all that stuff. Back then, that was the threat, but it ended up being, much better good force than anything else. So these things will evolve.
As I was hearing, I just wanted to add a lighter note. We normally think about risk as something to be afraid of. But the simplest form of risk that we encounter is Google Maps sometimes giving you a wrong direction. That is also a risk, because you're relying on kind of using that for your travel. What happened if you went
on a different route. How do you solve? Some of those low risk, relatively low risk, unless you drive into the river, which also sometimes happens, right? Like, so some of these low risk things can be solved by having the user in the loop. One of the things that like even Google, right? You give a feedback. Did you find it useful? So that can be a very simple way to mitigate the risk over time. You can learn from the user input. Then there are, again, in the context of evolving AI, there are different types of risks that are to be taken a little more seriously. And you use a framework of, normally we use a pest analysis, right? Political, economic, social, and technological. You can apply that framework to understanding risk also. Political risk, AI manipulating elections, clearly, right? And you need ethical, government, legal, policy level instruments to address risks like that, where multiple stakeholders are involved. Economic risk, and I think economic risk could be, you can interpret it in two ways. Like for example, a big data leak or a fraud on a bank, that can have economic consequences in terms of the users that are impacted, but you can also have economic implication in terms of what if there is, sci-fi kind of AI-driven warfare in the future, which is kind of just shattering all the financial systems, right? That is again a different degree of risk. Social risk and political risk to an extent are, again, there's an element of, especially with the digital media, how can social sentiments be flared up with misinformation, right? And today you don't even know, what is a user-generated content or what is a real recording or was generated using any of the video production AI engines. Then how do you establish reality? Because your reality is what you're seeing via the phone. If that is a reality, what really happened versus what was just generated? That could have a social risk element. Again, I think, and again, I'm talking about things that we can relate to as general public, but the same risks also play out within organizations. So how do you have, for some, just have the user in the loop. It could be a customer or so, finish it. But some of the serious risks, you have to have ethical ethics audit on all your models and AI for things like what Arshia talked about. Is it discriminating against certain underprivileged groups or underrepresented communities? Those are all things that we can have far-reaching implications and therefore requires a multi-level kind of a intervention and multi-stakeholder intervention to address that. That's how I would put it.
And I think every organization today invests in their risk management practices, and also legal aspects of it come into play. So that's how they are trying to manage the risk as well. I think you talked about attrition. So I think there's a lot of attrition which is going on, and it's heightened, or maybe it's a coincidence that AI also growing by leaps and bounds. So this is a question which comes often, that AI will replace humans, AI will take our jobs, and there is a possibility that humans will be serving the AI. Is it more of a myth or a reality?
I'll address it. Is there anybody here who has appeared for a typewriting exams, etc.? Yeah? Nowadays, kids, when their mom is feeding them, with their left hand type on phones, right? What was once a certification level skills. Again, there is lower, upper, higher and all, right? Sorry. I remember that because my grandfather had a typewriting institute. I distinctly remember one of my memories is like people coming in for their certification exams.
You were the luckiest guy over there.
Right? So, that's a remarkable way in which you can understand the impact of technology and the ability of humans to leverage technology. We domesticated some of the wildest of wild animals, mind you, right? So there is still hope that humans will leverage typewriting as a skill that will get so mainstream that you don't have to go through certification courses. Like that AI, today we are already seeing Gen AI you can use to complete your SQL code, or Copilot. In its Copilot variety, you can cross-check, debug your code. Sometimes you will have to ask your friend to debug it, and that keeps you away from going for lunch or going for tea. Now you can say, hey, Copilot has audited it or debugged it, whereas I still make that, right? So those opportunities are still available where you can innovatively use AI to boost human productivity and potential. It's one of the most powerful, it's almost like Microsoft Excel, right? You use it for so many things that now kind of it is becoming part of life, right? That is one possibility of AI, but will it replace, there are other sci-fi variety of stories where if you combine AI with robotics, can then humans start serving AI? Very good stuff for movies at this point. Can it be reality? Some movies have become real. We do not know. That we will all watch it unfold, is how I would put it.
Yeah, he has covered, like again, the other way to go and look at it is also the possibilities of the solutions that you can come up with is increasing with all this new compute power. So the boundaries of what is possible as a service is just growing leaps and bounds. We can all be movie directors pretty soon. We don't need actors. We don't need a theater release. It's released in front of our eyes, right? Then look at the possibilities. Look at the possibilities. Look at the creativity. So I'm not too worried. From a coding perspective, yes, ChatGPT can give you most of the code, but it reaches that 75-80% level because you should be very clear on what you're articulating, and that is quite difficult to go and do. Copy and paste is one of the complex operations in coding that you can do. You need to be an expert to be able to copy and paste, otherwise you'll get it wrong. There's a long way to go.
I think they both have covered most of the points, but I would just like to summarize saying that humans who do not use AI will definitely be replaced by humans who use AI. So I think that's what it is. So I think we need to move into becoming innovators, thinkers, change managers, to be able to feed into AI and get the best of results.
Okay, so I have last question for this panel now, and I would like very quick pointers from you. So what makes a geography or a location very conducive for analytics? And there is a second part to it as well, that what can educational institutions, government, and corporate businesses, what kind of partnerships they can forge to make a sustainable ecosystem for analytics?
We cannot really specify if there's any region that, because it's about training and getting the right skills in place and experience. But definitely government institutions and organizations can come together. I don't know how many of you have benefited through this learning portal called Swayam, which has come, a few years back. It has almost close to over 12,000 courses across categories, okay, starting from engineering, science, medical, many courses. I was just looking, and I also encourage students. We go to government schools. I'm part of Rotary, and we go to government schools where we ask them to use these. Even the Python, cloud computing, all these courses are there in Swayam platform. It's a massive online, open online platform which, students can completely leverage. But how many of us know it? That is one question. And I think organizations can come together with government and make this more socially aware, and also government is taking many such initiatives. There's one thing called, recently launched, it's called Professor of Practice, where, government, especially after this NEP policy that has come in, how do you get students to become industry ready? So this is where real-time problems can be solved and business use cases can come. So they are encouraging industry experts to come and teach in colleges where they have few hours for more practical learning. So I think CSR is one platform where government and organizations can come together and start working towards getting our youth being skilled for the industry ready. Because today when we have freshers, we need to invest a lot in training to get them thinking. So I think this will be one good way where our expertise can help, and that's a way that we could contribute back also. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashya. From a geography perspective, I will agree with that. But then if we want to really wear the lens, you are in the right geography, right? This is where the action is, and this is where the action is going to be. What I mean by that is India is where the action is going to be for quite some time. We have a large pool of English-speaking technologies, which is where our northern neighbor is struggling to, contribute to that, right? So we are in that fantastic demographic dividend, or our education system that's going in the right direction. I will also second what Arshia says. The thinking is the issue. So you don't want to approach coding as a mechanical exercise like how to operate a car. It is not. It is not. You got to think and apply. If we give that transition, that'll be great. Like her organization, and probably he will also agree, we are all ready to go. How far ever we need to go, you come and ask us, we are ready to go and get people ready to be trained, because the benefit is going to come back to all the organizations. So organizations are more than happy to contribute to that.
Yeah, I have absolutely nothing much to add other than saying, as Senthil said, we are in the right place geography-wise, because you're able to communicate. You have an ecosystem that recognizes, or be it the government or be it the educational institutes or industry, everybody willing to share and learn from each other. I think that's pretty much what marking of a successful geography to contribute to the space would be.
I think that aligns with the vision. I think our Chief Minister, Mr. Stalin, he articulated the vision he has for Tamil Nadu, right, for next few years till 2030, $1 trillion economy. And we should have this as a human capital powerhouse. So on that note, audience, panel members, do you have time to maybe take a couple of questions from the audience?
Yeah, one of the questions.
We can do, no? All right. Achha. Okay, then let's end it here, and thank you audience for your love and for coming here on a Saturday. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Before we do let you go, we'd like to present you with mementos. If I may please request our speakers to please remain on stage. May I invite Ms. Priya, Joint Director, District Revenue Officer, TNEGA, to present our speakers with the mementos of the occasion. I think following this session, we are all one step closer to being industry ready, to being future ready, and we do need to credit our speakers and panelists for that. When we talk about the realm of data analytics, we always refer to the transformative potential that comes along with that. And I think through the course of this panel discussion, we had a first-hand look into that. And I think it's time that we extend our thanks and our appreciation to our speakers for patiently sharing their valuable insights. Thank you so much. Umagine TN 2024, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very exciting day is what we've had. Power-packed with panel discussions, and of course, the last and final one that we witnessed today was what just happened on stage. A loud round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. Following this, we draw our on-stage proceedings to a close. Of course, our summit, the Umagine TN 2024, has kind of established ourselves as a catalyst for innovation and collaboration, and through the last 2 days, we've seen that as well. To draw Umagine TN 2024 to a fantastic close, we have a valedictory ceremony that's going to be taking place in Hall D. Please do join us there at 3:30. We have a fantastic evening lined up for you, a fitting end to a great summit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us once again. We hope that the conversations on stage truly enhanced your understanding and your knowledge of the topics. Here's looking forward to joining you at Hall D for the valedictory ceremony. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Check, guess what? Check, hey. Check.